thinking about pedagogy. I did not know the word pedagogy, but that's what I sat there thinking about. And I think my interest in pedagogy has since then been nurtured through good teachers, bad teachers, because I learned what not to do. And I think even now, whether I'm sitting in a classroom as a student or as a teacher, more than half my attention is on pedagogy. And I think these kinds of experiences that have shaped many of us really make us better teachers, like Anand was also sharing. Even, even as when I was teaching physics as a graduate student, I would cook up all kinds of examples, things that were not in the textbook to talk about. I even got once a friend who was very good at sketching to draw for me this picture of a mechanical cookie dispenser, okay, that worked on spring principles. And we had a discussion about that in the classroom, right? So things you learn from other people are what we actually often end up using in our classrooms. And so that's why I'm so excited to be here today. The moment Anand told me in October, we are going to do a Pedagogy Conclave, I told him today itself I'm going to write about how I think about pedagogy and why. So this is what I was thinking about. I think at our university, teaching well is at the heart of what we do and what we want to do and what we want to continue doing. All of you, all faculty members here dedicate hours and hours thinking about what's going to happen in my next class, what's going to happen in my next course, and how do we help students to understand better, whether it is the life cycle of fungi or how to do a stratified survey of households. Our corridor conversations are full of pedagogical discussions. What worked, what didn't work, what made our students fall asleep, what made them wake up. We devote so much effort, so much of our energy in questions like these that is, it seems now in hindsight a surprise. Why haven't we done this before? Why has it taken us, 14 years to have our very first meeting on pedagogy in our classrooms. So I do hope we have many, many more in the coming years, and have fun and enjoy.
Thanks so much, Richa. We'll think about the multiple ones once you're done with this one. So as you have seen, the schedule is quite packed. So I'll take you through the three kinds of exhibits that we have. So the posters are perhaps the most straightforward. They are already up, most of them, and there's a session in the schedule where the presenters are going to be there. You can go up and talk to them. The short talks are there in two places, parallel sessions, so Gurudat as well as Ray. So I hope you have looked at the abstracts and you have made up your mind about where you want to be. Request is not to move in between the sessions where you may want to see one talk here and one talk there. It is, first of all, it is going to be disruptive, and second, we are not going to be exactly following the order because people have dropped off, we have made some slight changes. So all the presenters who are in a kind of a session are going to be there, but you're not going to be able to move and target particular talks. So please stay for the whole 1 hour, whichever room you choose to be in. The experiential sessions are also happening in 2 slots. There are 5 parallel sessions happening in 2 slots. So there also you should read kind of the descriptions and make your choice. My suggestion is make a first choice and a second choice because we have not had sign-ups, we have kept life simple. But it may be that some sessions become more crowded, and then we will ask people to gently move to another one because the presenters have planned. We have given the presenters a range of kind of participants to plan for, but we would like to somehow little bit evenly distribute people across the sessions. So please have your first and second pick of experiential sessions ready. Two people who are very important and who have been instrumental in organizing this are Ananya and Ramya. Please show yourself, right? So yes, you should applaud them, but you should also listen to them. They will be making announcements. They will be telling you where to go, where not to go. And if they ask you to move to a different room, please follow their instructions as if they are, the word of God. And yeah, that's it, right? So the structure of the short talks is clear. There are 5 talks followed by a Q&A session that makes 1 hour. So that's one session. So please stay for the whole 5 talks plus Q&A if you choose to be a part of any of the sessions. Okay, enjoy. We'll start at 9:15. So Gurudat and Ray, people who want to move to Ray, please make the shift and we'll start on time. Thank you.
Yeah.
We have 1 more minute. Yeah, we are running ahead of time.
Okay.
So we can wait till everybody kind of settles. Huh?
No, I thought.
No.
Instead of
It's working. Okay, it's 9:15, so we'll start on time and we'll try to maintain time. And I have the usual, task of pressing the buzzer. So I'll ring a bell at 8 minutes, and then there'll be 2 more minutes. So as Anand said, we won't have Q&A session at the end of 10 minutes, but we'll have at end of one session. So we'll keep going. After 5 talks, we will have a Q&A session. So if you have pressing questions, please write them down or keep it ready. So first is Muthulakshmi and Satish talking about from Uta to Aushadhi, exploring chemistry through creative pedagogy. Satish.
Thanks, Divya. Good morning, everybody. I hope you all had your breakfast. By any chance, did you think of the chemistry behind that breakfast? No? Yeah, you'll know why I am asking this question very soon. Chemistry as a discipline is perceived as a difficult one, so a boring one as well. So to make it interesting and engaging, we need to adopt a few creative pedagogical approaches. This is one such attempt, and that is from Uta to Aushadhi. Okay. So we use this approach in our previous course, that's Chemicals in the Community. It's a first course in chemistry program, undergraduate program, and it's also flexible credit. So the teaching approaches that we followed at 3 levels. One is covering the concepts that chemistry about cooking and drug, and followed by lab activities. In a way, they complement the learning that they add in the lectures, and then the assignments. So we plan such a way that assignments not only assesses that, but also reinforces their learning. When we were thinking about this assignment possibilities, it was late August, Ganesh Chaturthi time. We got an idea about having a podcast format as an assignment. Okay, so this is Chemistry Behind Modak. It's a chemistry group which includes chemistry educators from across India. We share and discuss about chemistry education. So we took the idea and we looked into the literature, and we noticed that podcast, in fact, is one of the effective method to incorporate active learning. So, and also many of the articles involved understanding the students' learning, but they lack the mapping of the learning outcome to a particular framework. So with that, we went on and gave a detailed guidelines what to do and how to do, create a podcast. We asked them to prepare a 10 minutes podcast, which carries 10% weightage of their assessment. They get to choose the interested UTA, the food item, and so none of the food item was repeated across 2 sections. Okay, so apparently no one likes the UTA at the UTA. So but what they really liked is the process of making podcast about UTA and the nutritional aspects. Some of them are really brilliant in the sense, most of them are brilliant actually, to be frank. So they adopted different styles of making podcasts, and this is one such glimpse. Yeah. So it's at 1.5 hex. So if you want to watch it in a regular speed, I request you to scan that QR code, and you will also have access to other podcasts other students created, and you may find answers to the chemistry behind the food you just had, and many more stuff. Okay, so the timeline we gave this in the first week of September, and then they submitted in the just before the midsummer break, and we asked them to write the reflections once they come back in the classroom without prior intimation. So it was a surprise. This was not graded. The reflections was not graded. Just the podcast was graded. But we also gave them pointers for reflections so that they can get some guidance what to write and all. So we noticed that the research resources that they used were mostly YouTube for the recipe, and they also spoke to their mothers and grandmothers. And they used ChatGPT and Gemini to kind of script the podcast, and also the academic databases to kind of cross-check the facts that they were including in the podcast. So we use Johnson's triangle as a framework to analyze the understanding and learning of outcomes of students. This is one of the celebrated framework in chemistry. So which includes macroscopic understanding of the observations while they cook. For instance, golden brown color of dosa, how they can understand and explain in terms of submicroscopic level. That means, can they explain in terms of molecular level? And can they represent that in terms of symbolic, like, so for instance, chemical formulas, chemical equations, and so on and so forth. And also we checked whether they could correlate that into a chemical, human element, like the nutritions that they get out of the food that they prepare or they worked on, right? So some of the learning outcomes are like, so what we notice is that students could recall very well with respect to macroscopic aspect, like what they observe when they cook something, and also to some extent submicroscopic level, like they could explain the chemistry in word format, in the sense the reactions that are involved, what the chemical processes that are involved while they cook or in the process of making any particular dish. So what was lacking was symbolic representation. They couldn't recall the structural formulas of the molecules and things like that. So because it's an early stage of their chemistry program, I mean they're in the early stage, first semester, because some of the molecules that we kind of expect them to write are relatively big, maybe that might be the reason. Maybe with going forward that could be improved. This is what we got overall feedback. I mean, it's very positive feedback in terms of the process of making podcast itself was very fun for them. And they also, along with learning chemical concept, they also learned how to make a video and edit a video, right? So again, there was one concern from a student that this caused anxiety because they have to speak in front of camera. That was one of the concerns. Otherwise, it was very positive. This is about food, and let's take some medicine.
Yeah, from food to medicine. More we eat, more we end up in taking medicines, right? So, yeah. So, that was our first assignment in Unit 2. Within first 2 weeks of we started that unit. This was in the last week of Unit 2. We started with medicines. This time what we thought is that since we felt that students need to develop the habit of understanding this symbolic and more of sub-microscopic understanding. So what we thought is we'll exactly go to the other end of the spectrum of assessment. So this time we gave a very closed and structured assignment basically. So the assignment was very simple. This is a grade 12 book. This had only 16 pages on medicines. It's a topic called Medicines by Design. Only 4 subtopics were there. 16 pages. You can see, you can see very less text and all, structures of all medicines, how they were invented, why and how. So what we did, we actually made 4 subtopics, MD 1, 2, 3 and 4, gave it to minimum of 3 groups in the same section. So what we realized is that, okay, in addition to giving this assignment, we thought, okay, let us make it little creative. So we thought of this art integration. So we said that, okay, can the learning happen, chemistry learning happening through art? So we went ahead with this art integration, and the one and only requirement we gave to our students was they shouldn't use any videos or any PPTs in the class during in-class presentations. They are allowed to use only the board. So that's how we started this assignment with. And the best part is that this was an ungraded assignment. We said that we would consider this for an extra credit, especially when students at the end of the semester come and start talking to us for like, I am 79.9. How can I get that 0.1? We said, okay, you do this, then we'll consider. That was the one and only motivation behind for them to do this particular assessment. It's not working. Not working. Oh, okay. So the outcome was this. None of the 3 groups followed exactly the same type of art integration. They were all unique. So you can clearly see one team came with this concept cartoon. The other team actually came up with this infographic, and they used boards like anything, and we were so happy to see them drawing all these big structures, medicine structures on the boards. And the best thing is, thanks to JAM, one of their concept cartoon is going to get into the wider audience of this Jantar Mantar student magazine. So students will get to read the penicillin aspects. Yeah, invention of penicillin and the development of penicillin. So school students also will get to read that. So as a summary, with these 2 assignments, extreme end of assessment assignments, whatever we plan, we hope that students were not only got used to or got into the understanding of chemical principles or chemistry in context. They also got some of these 21st century skills like media, technical communication, and they also learned some sort of art, technology, and humanities integration. And considering students who have not used laptops, we felt that they did a wonderful job through this creative pedagogy. Thank you.
Next we have Manjula and Divya Sharma talking about teaching sustainability in agriculture to students of development.
Can start? Hello, good morning everyone. For the next 10 minutes, I'll be deliberating on the pedagogical approaches we take in teaching sustainability in our elective course on sustainable agriculture and development. I'll directly jump to the pedagogy section because for want of time, there is a couple of slides on the rationale and the context, which I'll come to if time permits. We adopt an action-oriented transformative pedagogy for teaching sustainability in agriculture. And this is a very student-centered, but a actively teacher-facilitated kind of a pedagogical approach, wherein there is an element of knowledge construction by the students, and based on the constructed knowledge is applied for action and problem solving. So these are the fundamental elements of this pedagogical approach. And the key elements in the pedagogy thereby is widening the knowledge base. The students are exposed to a diversity of knowledges and perspectives, and there is competencies built for breaking siloed thinking. There is competencies built for system thinking approaches, and also to see the interconnectedness and visualize a complex and interconnected phenomena like sustainability. And we also equip students on multiple competencies to understand the knowledge and practice connect, and knowledge policy and practice connect, and also to facilitate transformative actions. This course is not aimed at creating specialists. This is not a course which will finally end up in creating agriculture, subject matter specialists in agriculture or agriculture scientists, but this is designed as part of the Masters in Development program, which fundamentally aims to create reflective development practitioners, some of whom might get into the social sector field and work in agriculture livelihoods, and will be working as program managers or problem solvers and coming up and designing interventions on agriculture. And this is meant for a cohort who gets into that kind of professional space. And so the pedagogical approaches aims to create generalists who can think a little out of box and engage in lateral thinking and come up with innovative solutions and transformative kind of actions on ground. Key pedagogical approaches is we use a mix of theory and practice, and most of the learning modules align with key competencies for sustainability education and anchors and principles of democracy and participation, because there is construction of knowledge and the application of the knowledge, which involves a very democratic process in the classroom. There is a cooperative exploration where students engage with evidence-based reasoning for creating knowledge, and that knowledge is then there is experiential learning where they apply the learnings and the knowledge, analyze and also learn by doing. So these are some of the competencies, key competencies for sustainability education that all the learning models align with. You have critical reflection, critical thinking, integrated problem solving. This I've taken from the ESD framework. And most of the learning modules are broadly covered the broad domains of knowledge, practice and policy, and this is the framework, and this is how the competencies are embedded within this frameworks. For the next few minutes, I'll deal with how the learning modules are mapped to competencies for sustainability. The knowledge modules, the knowledge domain has almost around 5 modules, wherein there is because sustainability in agriculture it's itself a very complex and interconnected phenomena, and it is a heavily contested space because sustainability in agriculture is informed by different discourse positions and is informed and influenced by diverse worldviews which at times are contrasting and competing, which by themselves are influenced by different political, economic, ecological and sociological aspects. So there is no one standard definition of sustainability in agriculture which we can engage with. So it has to be derived, and it is all very contextual and depends on interpretations, and people can have their own versions of sustainability. So hence, in the classroom, we expose them to these diverse perspectives of sustainability, the different discourse positions which inform sustainability in agriculture, and also expose them to the different diverse production systems that are based on sustainability principles, that are claimed to be based on sustainability principles, the core principles and key elements of these production systems, and what are the similarities within these production systems, and what are the key differences. Based on this understanding, the students, through a cooperative a reflective process, through knowledge-based evidence building, create their own understanding of sustainability, what sustainability in agriculture means to them. They come up with a working definition of sustainability, and they also come up with a operational framework. They develop a framework for measuring sustainability. So this is what happens in the knowledge construction part, and this knowledge, which is constructed through classroom discussions, dialogues, it's a negotiated process where they kind of debate, dialogue, and come up with this construction and the frameworks. And in the practice part, this constructed working definitions and the framework that is developed is applied on the production systems that they have already been exposed to. Like some of the production systems that we expose them is the organic farming, the conventional form of agriculture, natural farming. You have a multitude of production system which comes with different elements and principles, core principles and elements. So they apply the sustainability framework to understand these production systems from a sustainability perspectives. They also apply this framework on real world farming systems. They apply it on farmers' fields. We do this practicum where we take the students to, farmers' fields. We have done this practicum in Satyasai districts, in Chanpatna, Mandia, and in and around Sarjapura Panchayat, where they have went and interacted with farmers using this framework, and then analyzing their farming systems, and analyzing the farming systems from sustainability principles using the framework which was developed in the classroom. That's one part of the practice and experiential learning. And they also have this hands-on experience in farming, engaging in farming. We, Victor graciously allots plots to us, and it is on the way to the Darshini from the Hinge. On the left-hand side, you can see it from January to May. Our students will be engaging in farming. Because it's a short period, it's a 15 weeks course, they mostly grow things which can grow within this period, like leafy vegetables and other things. They have this hands-on practice in farming. And they also expose to the social sector, the role of the civil society organization in sustainable agriculture, wherein we bring in practitioners and they speak about how their respective organization conceptualize sustainability in agriculture and how that influences the way they design programs and interventions around sustainable agriculture. So they get that kind of an exposure, and through this practicums, through this lectures by practitioners as well as case study analysis, they get this exposure to how the social sector engages with agricultural livelihoods and engage with the question of sustainability in agricultural livelihoods. And based on all this understanding, they also design a intervention. They come up with a blueprint for sustainability intervention. And these interventions, mostly the problematization, the source for the problematization comes from their own field experience, where they had gone with these frameworks, interacted with the farmers, understood the different farming systems. Based on that kind of problematization, they design these projects, or based on their own lived experiences, because many of them come from agriculture households. And this is some of those farming and farm level sustainability assessments, some photographs. This right-hand side is in Chanpatna, where they are engaging with farmers and interacting with farmers. This is in our campus. And some of the student-led field work that they had done with this assessment of sustainability, on-farm assessment of sustainability. One of this study was, we had written about it in the Lisa magazine, which was picked by FAO in their knowledge platform. and it had got traction, and Divya Mani and I were part of this article. It was a student-driven field study that was published here. And policy, we engage in critical thinking and take a political economy framework to critically engage with policy analysis and institutional challenges. They also get an exposure to inclusion challenges when in this practitioners lectures and the case studies, and understanding the kind of agriculture interventions that is being designed and how they address the questions of inclusion, equity, and social justice, how they address these issues in their livelihood programs. They get an exposure to all of this. And this is how some of those learning modules are mapped to some of these competencies. We can see that many of the learning modules align with or build multiple competencies in the sustainability competencies. This is how it aligns. So, but teaching sustainability comes with its own challenges and limitations, because it, as I said, like sustainability in agriculture is a heavily contested space, and it is informed by different kinds of worldviews and discourse positions, and it requires you to engage with a very open and neutral. You need to have a very open mind and a neutral approach. Done? Okay. And a very comprehensive understanding of a phenomena which is not visible in the near future. And one more thing, can I just finish this? One is that you don't have visibility to some of those issues that we are talking about, and we have to engage in the classroom. That's very challenging. Second is when you come to questions of fixing responsibility, taking accountability and action, it becomes very contentious, because then you're talking about farmer level actions, where the equity question comes in, and we are talking about this in an agrarian situation where most of the farmers are resource poor, and many of the students come with lived experiences of having seen agrarian distress and come from farmer suicide families, and for them this question of the action becomes very contentious. And we had published this pedagogical approach in the World Sustainability Series, which was talking about the contribution of universities towards education for sustainable development. I just wanted to do that complex and see.
Next we have Annapurna and Rajesh talking about learning by doing by self-help groups. Is it working?
Yeah. Yeah. Hi, good morning. I'm going to talk about the self-help groups of students that Rajesh and I formed in our courses. I'm just going to talk about the experiences. There's no theorizing in this. Yeah. So, why did we come up with this pedagogy? I mean, all of us know that several development interventions, particularly in livelihoods and often in health, involve working with groups of communities, groups of women, groups of farmers, groups of weavers, and so on, right? So all this entails, development interventions entail collectivizing and mobilizing people into groups and building their capacity, delivering some services with the group as the unit to achieve certain common goals for the group. And as part of the jobs, many of our students also on graduation, especially when they join organizations focused on livelihoods, either form groups or form and work with groups and so on, right? And these groups are ranging from informal to formal. We have farmer interest groups, we have self-help groups, to the more formal cooperatives and farmer producer organizations and so on. But the underlying principle behind all these groups is the same, right? They all come together, there are certain norms of group formation, they all work towards a common purpose or common benefits for the groups, and so on. Most of these groups, the objective is either shared resources or either skill development as a group, access to financial services, access to market. And for the organizations that are working with the groups, the objective is to reduce transaction costs, and so on. So there's a lot of academic literature available on the challenges in forming these groups and the risks and rewards for individual members of the groups when the groups are either a failure or a success. So that's one part of the story. The second part of the story is, if you ask any of our students, particularly development, MA development students, and give them any development concern or issue and say, what will you do about it? Chances are that they'll come up with one of these comments, right? We'll form groups, we'll train people in groups, we'll mobilize them, we'll create awareness, and so on, right? But why is this a problem? The students have some familiarity about how groups work, right? Very limited. So the first thing is the group assignments that they have here, right? And it's very transactional, and we have free riding and so on. That is their idea of group work. The second is that some of the students, their parents themselves are members of such groups. We have several students whose mothers are part of self-help groups. And of course, we have our field immersion, we have our internships, and some courses which talk to them about what these groups are. So many a times what happens is that when the students graduate, they get on to forming these groups without actually having been part of a group themselves, right? And not seen its functioning, and have not experienced the functioning of a group. So for example, how do you select your group members? How do you establish rules, norms? How do you maintain discipline in the groups? How do you keep your personal interests, the collective interest of the group ahead of your personal interests? These are things that they probably don't know about. So we had the opportunity, since we were teaching courses on livelihoods, we had a range of courses on livelihoods, and we had to talk about self-help groups, cooperatives, farmer-producer organizations, all possible kinds of groups, right? Focused on livelihoods. So there were two courses. Rajesh teaches building member-based organizations, and I was teaching the critical perspectives on financial inclusion. Now the objectives of these two courses are different. So Rajesh's course focuses more on the mechanism of the group, the norms of the group, how do groups come together, how do you establish norms, and so on. Whereas my course focused more on the financial services part of the group. So how do you design financial services to a particular group? That was the focus. So what we did in both the courses was that we formed self-help groups of students. So 6 to 8 students per group, and over a period of 8 to 10 weeks, they were actually meeting every week, saving money, borrowing money, and whatever a self-help group is expected to do. And there were assignments linked to the group activity. So Rajesh's group, the assignment focused on the group norms and behavior, and my course focused on the financial services part. Are you calculating the interest properly? Are you recording all the amounts properly or not, and so on. So what this exercise entailed was that through this 8 to 10 weeks, students went through different stages of group formation. And anybody who has read any literature will know that there are 4 to 5 stages of group formation: forming, storming, norming, and performing. In our courses, because this was a short duration, the first 2 stages were really, really short. It was only norming and performing that we could focus on. And in all these 4 stages, they went through designing the bylaws of the groups. How do you, right from what do you want to name the group, arriving at a consensus to name the group, to what is going to be the roles of members, who is going to be the president, treasurer, secretary, and so on, and how frequently do you want to change the rules. Then meeting frequency, because each student had different electives and different timings, to conducting meetings, actually conducting the meetings and maintaining records. So yeah, maintaining loan ledgers, members' records, minutes of the meetings, and so on. So after this 8 to 10 weeks, what were the takeaways for students? The first thing is, I mean, it was a surprise for the students and as well as for me. The table there shows the amount that they saved. So the highest amount was close to 18,000 rupees in a period of 18 months. So they were all saving the money in cash. Google Pay was not still popular at that time. So the end of 10 weeks, I took this amount of cash and put it on the table like that, and they were surprised, and I was also surprised. Well, you can see that one of the years was a COVID year. So we started the group, and then we suddenly had to switch to online. So we could work with what was possible at that time. For the students, what they did was, yes, they did understand how groups work, what are the challenges, how to manage finances. So it was a real surprise for them to see that they were thinking they were saving maybe 50 rupees or 100 rupees. And then collectively in 8 weeks, coming up with 18,000 was a big surprise for them. Accountability, right? That you have to be there, you have to borrow money, you have to return money on time, you have to attend on time, and so on. And then what was a pleasant surprise was that they were going actually beyond savings and credit. They were discussing things that really matter to them. So one was talking about the dogs issue on campus, or hostel cleanliness, and gym timings for women, and so on were discussed in the group. And they also put up an entrepreneurship, they also put up a stall in Unmukt, and celebrating with the money that they saved. They were also celebrating some festivals and so on. So these are some of the student reflections, saying that, the bottom line is that they understood actually that building solidarity among a diverse set of students, it's not very easy, it takes a lot of efforts. How discipline and accountability leads to sustaining this collective action among groups, and how they can be focused on long-term goals and so on. And what is the learning for us, right? Was that, yes, the pedagogy definitely worked well. But for me, what I realized was that I was worried, since we were handling money, I was worried that if there are any, malpractices, or somebody doesn't pay or whatever. So I was doing a lot of work. So it was more an assignment for me. I was maintaining elaborate Excel sheets with every student's saving and calculating interest and all that. But Rajesh was bolder, so he let the students do it. He said, okay, even if somebody takes away the money, they'll know how to manage. So that was a learning for me. More importantly, I was very happy when a student called up after graduation. He started working, called up and said, you know what? With my first salary, I started a recurring deposit. And thanks to your course. I was very, very happy with that. The second part was one of the students, just half a minute more, okay? One of the students in the winter project was working in a tribal community, actually taught the kids how to save money every week. Any IRB members? This was before the days of IRB, okay? Yeah. And moving from, it was also very nice that even, within 8 to 10 weeks, they were moved on from the very instrumental aspect of credit to, working together as a group, being there for each other. So there's definitely opportunity to create more such spaces for students. Thank you.
We have Mohan now talking about animating the fundamental theorem of algebra.
I think there isn't that one.
Huh?
Is this mine?
That's fine, right?
Oh, this is not mine. It is still there. No, it's still there. There is in their computer. I
Can
will
you
just
change it from there? No, but you are connected here. No?
yeah, but it's not okay. Yeah.
No, it's here.
Yeah. Thanks. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Last January, I had an opportunity to teach advanced math elective called complex analysis. And I'm going to share a particular theorem that we proved in this class. I don't think this is my screen. I would like to use this screen. I don't know. This mine? No, this is not mine.
Huh?
That is their screen. Can I use this screen? Okay. This is mine. Okay, yeah, thanks. Yeah. So I was heavily influenced by this fantastic book called Visual Complex Analysis, and I'm going to read a quote from this preface of this book. It goes like this: imagine a society in which the citizens are encouraged, indeed compelled, up to a certain age to read and sometimes write musical scores. However, this society has a very curious, few remember how it started, and disturbing law. Music must never be listened or to be performed. So everybody is required to practice writing music, but nobody should be listened to music. That is the situation. In this parable, it was patently unfair and irrational to have a law forbidding would-be music students from experiencing and understanding the subject directly through sonic intuition. But in our society of mathematicians, we have such a law. It is not written. It's not a written law, but those who flout it may yet prosper. But it says mathematics must not be visualized. So I'm going to illustrate an example of how a very complex theorem can be visualized and can enrich student experience of learning it. So the instance of this is fundamental theorem of algebra, which many of us might have seen in our schools. It says that if you take any polynomial which is not a constant, we can't find a root in complex numbers. What it means is that a polynomial which looks like that expression, if the coefficients an minus 1 and so on and so forth, if they are all complex numbers, then we can always find a root. We can always solve it in complex numbers. I can find some zeta that solves it. But now we have not seen the proof at all. I'll tell you why we don't see the proof. So let me start with the visual starting point of this. So let me just look at what does the map. Map means a function. What is an input? If I take an input z, what does the map z going to p of z do to a circle? Okay. So let me just illustrate that in this example. So for simplicity, I'm going to take a function. Let's say z power 2. So whatever you see here, so this is the input plane, this output plane. Whatever point I take, and if I just modify it, we're going to see what's going to happen to the output plane. So for example, I'm going to look at as a point moving on a circle and going to look at what's going to happen to it. So right now I'm looking at a circle that is winding around 0. So if I do this, we see that if I take z square, as I move from, if I go once along the 0, the output goes twice. Similarly, if I take z cube, if I loop around once around 0, my output loops around thrice. And that's the same for z power 4, z power 5. In general, if I loop around 0 once, if my function is z power n, I'll be looping around 0 n times, right? So this is the very simple idea. But if I take a polynomial of, let's say, this form, I have more terms to look at. But what we know is that this term is going to dominate, and if I have this degree to be n, my circle essentially will loop around 0 n number of times. That is the simplest idea to understand. So let me just illustrate this with a specific example. So I'm taking a simple polynomial, degree 2 polynomial. We are not seeing it yet. So I'm going to look now. I'm going to prove the theorem. Okay. So let us say let us take input as 0 and see what the function is going to do. If the output is 0, I'm done, because 0 is the root. Let's say 0 is not going to 0, but 0 is going to 3. Here red color is always output, green color is always input. But instead of looking at the point, I'm going to look at this circle, a circle which is of very big radius. But for purposes of visualization, I'm just taking a small circle here. And I'm going to look at its image, which looks like this. So what I know is that if my function, my polynomial has degree n, it's going to loop around 0 as many times, n times, right? So it's looping around 2 times here. So what is that I have to show? I have to show that at least once this red circle is going to cross 0. That's what I have to show. And how do I show this? I know that if I shrink this green circle to 0, this red loop has to go towards red color point, right? So that, let me see how to do this. So as I shrink it, it crosses once here, and it crosses once again here, and that's it. That's the proof. So yeah, that's the proof. But how does a textbook deal with it? This is a proof. Very verbose and very dense and algebraic, and we want all of our children to students to learn this proof at the end of the course. They should understand the rigor. But which one do you think is very easy to visualize and have some intuition? The first one, right? So usually what we do is that we teach a theory based on Cauchy, and then we teach a theorem called Liouville, which is typically done at 14th week of the course, and then as a consequence we do fundamental theorem of algebra. So what does this mean? This means that FTA appears at the very end of the course, and it is always proved as a corollary of Liouville's theorem, and geometric intuition is largely invisible, so nobody gets the intuition, even though it is very, very visual thing. So what I am going to propose is the following thing. Different pedagogical path is to take, we give the proof right away, in the sense as soon as we define functions, continuity, we can do this proof, except that this is not a proof, it's only a visual instance of a proof. But this also creates a need to formalize what they are seeing. So we need to use mathematics, we have to formally prove it, we have to convert everything that we are seeing. But what does this conversion mean? That can be one of the aims of the course. One discrepancy here is that the proof that I showed here, this is what we want eventually students to learn, but this is a consequence of Liouville. Whatever I have shown is a consequence of a theorem known as Roche's theorem, which is never done in complex analysis courses, except if you're in MSc. But Roche's theorem and Liouville's theorem are specific instances, in fact, in extreme consequences of a geometric principle called the maximum modulus principle, which is never taught. So, but it can be done. My proposal is a different conceptual route map to take, which is to start with this visual intuition, which can be done in 4th week of the course. Then create a need for this is what we want to formalize, but how are you going to go? Then we can talk about the Cauchy's theory. But without going towards Liouville, we can talk about maximum modulus principle, talk about the rigidity principle or the geometric principle behind it. And as extreme consequences of maximum modulus principle, we can talk about Roche's and Liouville's. And as a consequence, as a unifying theorem, we can prove fundamental theorem of algebra as a consequence of both these theorems. That's what I would intend to do, and that's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Mohan. We were actually running late, so thank you. We gained 2 minutes because of that. Manoj is next, talking about relational pedagogy in the age of AI.
Hi, good morning. I have no screen, no PPT, and that's deliberate from my part. So, I'm speaking on this relational pedagogy at the age of AI. This is something this is a condition which is we all are facing, and somewhat we are also troubled with it. So somewhere an attempt to kind of understand what we do and what we do actually, which yet has not been surpassed by AI. So I'm using it quite deliberately because I have no sense how it is going to develop in future. But at the moment, what kind of AI we are facing, possibly, what we do in the classes, which possibly cannot be done by AI. So when I started thinking about this topic, I started thinking about this term pedagogy. And I realized that when for the first time I heard this term, and this is not the kind of word commonly used, right? It is not the word from everyday conversation. This is a word which is typically you find that word in educational discourses, and it comes with certain kind of educational history. So But the way we are understanding this term pedagogy is primarily in a sense of teaching methods, that there are sort of predetermined curricular goals, and to achieve that curricular goals there could be 4 or 5 different ways of doing that, and maybe one of the ways are most efficient way to do that. So this idea of innovation, this idea of most efficient way of achieving certain goal which is predetermined, is the general understanding of pedagogy. But when we just review the literature on pedagogy, we realize, particularly in 20th century, there is a different sense in which this term has been used, and that sense is that actually we cannot dissociate our ways of doing things from the thing we are doing. So in terms of literature, if literary studies, if I can put it, that we cannot think about form and content in dualistic manner. So form and content are not two things, they are together, you know. So pedagogy as a term has been sort of started with certain, it had certain meaning in history, but this is the meaning it acquired in 20th century. So most of the people who worked with this term pedagogy, they just understand pedagogy in this sense, that where basically you're doing and your content and your process are not two different things. So basically what we do, we relate to content in particular way. So pedagogy is all about relationship. So we are not conveying the meaning, we are not conveying the preformed meaning, we are also sort of making sense right there in a classroom, right there with students, and we are making sense and making meaning together with student. That's the broader sense we have. So we are not just relating to the past, we are living in present, we are living the past and entire tradition in the present. So pedagogy is not about the lived life, pedagogy is much about the living. And I'm saying this now much more with conviction in this room, because in all the previous presentation, I could sense that this was the form of living. So people like to kind of do farming, right? People like to cook something in Uta. So it's all about, we are not satisfied with what has happened earlier. We are trying to do right here. So with this broad understanding, I come from the background of language education, and I have some inclination towards literature, and I have studied literature as well. So then I started thinking about, and I used this framework by one French philosopher you all know, Maurice Merleau-Ponty. He talks about two kinds of speech. One is spoken speech, and one is speaking speech. He has used complicated French term, which I'm not sure I can pronounce it correctly, but it's parole parler and parole parante. So parole parante is for speaking speech, and parole parler is for spoken speech. So pedagogy in a classroom is about both. But the element which we add, which we can only add in pedagogy in our classroom teaching, is this second aspect of speaking speech, living a speech, right? So that's where we see that so far AI has not reached there. The way large language model works, you all know better than me, that it works on the basis of predicting the next word. So suppose I say I eat, and I'm saying this in the university, then there could be 30 possibilities of me eating something, say from dosa to idli to some kind of bada to something, right? Then this large language model go with probability. If I'm in the university, possibly early in the morning, I can eat something and not the other. If I am saying that I am drinking, in this corridor of Gurudat in Azim Premji University, there are few possibility, and based on that possibility, LLM sort of predicts that I can't drink alcohol right here, right? So they can just exclude alcohol from, if I'm drinking something here, looking at the context and everything, it predicts that I must be eating either coffee or tea, right? So that's the way LLM works. So basically, LLM works with this entire range of spoken speech. What Ponty says that this is about parole parlay. It doesn't come in the realm of speaking a speech right now. The other aspect of Ponty's thinking about language and a speech particularly is also that our speech is not accompanied by our speech is, in any case, we know our speech is accompanied by our presence, our gestures. So basically, the speech we have in a classroom and in this kind of setting is an embodied speech. While I'm speaking, I'm also sort of giving gesture. I'm trying to make eye contact as well, and I'm present here, right? So I'm present with all of you. So this embodied nature of speech, this embodied part of speech is also something which Ponty basically brings in his book Phenomenology of Perception. Basically, Ponty is known in that tradition as philosopher of body. So somewhere when I was thinking about this issue, I just thought of this philosophy of body which needs to be brought together, and bodily presence in a classroom is significant. It has outlived all the technological evolution so far. So earlier also I was thinking about this issue during the COVID time. Why did we come back to classroom when technology is so perfected now? Why do we miss the actual classroom and in-person meeting? There is something which is present in the actual classroom which is not present in online mediums so far. So even if we are doing something in hybrid mode, we like people to come together at certain point in time. So there is an element which we all have sense of, but possibly we have to theorize it also at this moment. I am saying all this, and these are truism for this group, but this is a particular moment to go back and sort of do theory. Just because I have 1 more minute. So while I was thinking about it, I vividly remember one of my teachers who taught me in Delhi University, and he taught me poetry. He's alive, he's 90. He has got Gyanpeeth now, Professor Vishwanath Tripathi. He's acclaimed writer, he's acclaimed author in Hindi literature. So what I realized while I was just thinking about it, that he used to kind of leave the poetry right there, right? And he used to kind of, and not he, we all together used to leave poetry in a classroom. Now this leaving the poetry in a classroom is different from you have already interpreted the poem, and that man might have interpreted it 100 times with 100 different batches. We were almost, towards the end of his career. But again, every time he used to leave it through. So as a teacher who has done something in certain domain, leaving it in a class is a challenge. And what I am saying is not just applicable to literature. It is equally applicable to physics. I also remember another teacher, Professor Vijay Verma, physics, retired professor from Delhi University again. Once he described me the way he started thinking about physics in his school and the experience he had with the school teacher about the physics in the laboratory and the kind of experiences he had when he came to the college and the university. And he said the actual taste for physics came in the laboratory in his school. Thank you. Yeah.
We have 3 minutes for questions. We are running late. So if you have any questions for speakers.
Hi, my question is for Manoj sir. It was a very interesting session about AI and relational pedagogy. Recently, I read an article by a Kenyan person which said ChatGPT doesn't write like me, but I don't write like ChatGPT, but ChatGPT writes like me. Was the title, wherein this person spoke about their experience of learning language or learning English in Kenya, and how they were taught, how their teachers were so strict about where a comma must be put, using conjunctions or words like thus, etc. And often these days when I write also, I feel worried that will someone think I use ChatGPT even though I have not. So when we speak about writing and putting out thoughts, I just want to understand in terms of pedagogy in classroom, we have assignments, etc. How does that play out? And there is no way, it's so, because I've overheard students saying that I didn't use ChatGPT, but my professor thinks that I'm using ChatGPT. So, I mean, how does that come out, and what does this mean for our thinking even, is something that I've wondered. It's not a question, but just a thought.
No, so that's the worry we all have. Actually, when you start interacting regularly on any AI platform, they are quite, they are willing to please you all the time. They will give you answer which you like. They will give the answer you probably will like to give, because they also, predicting your behavior over the. But what excites us as a teacher, that, last batch I taught a course, and this batch I'm going to teach a course. I'm still nervous, right, after teaching that course so many, semesters, because I can't predict what will come, right? In terms of your answer, do you like to write the way you are writing now, or you like to kind of get your own voice and get a fixed voice? My answer would be, see, one of the, again, a poet, he said that the biggest challenge for a poet is to kind of get a voice, get his own idiom, so that when you write, even if people don't read your name and know that this poem must be written by such and such, but the great poets are those poets who actually break that idiom in his lifetime. So we have example for that. So the first level of challenge is to kind of get your own idiom, get your own voice while we are writing. But if you want to move on, possibly the moving on would be to kind of break that idiom and think in different idioms. So possibly this second possibility, so far we don't see in, in AI. Yeah. When I am still thinking, I don't know, I don't have answer to these questions, but yeah.
If you have any other questions, please catch them during the break or lunch session or in the corridors. Thank you. We are starting our next session. Arvindan from School of Development, talking about gaming equity towards teaching and learning the climate action program.
Okay, thanks everyone. Since this is a bit of a rapid fire, I'll continue with that format. This is essentially a part of an elective course in the third semester, and essentially a climate negotiation game that students play. So about 35 to 40 students play this game. And the idea is that they need to sort of operationalize what are the broader concerns about climate negotiations based on whatever they learn through the course. I am not a fan of the term pedagogy, simply because it carries too much baggage in terms of how you teach what you teach. But I do think that my main objective here is to state that we need to be more explicit about our own ideological basis and broader political understanding when we speak about what we speak in class. So with that idea, what I try and do in class is that I am trying to teach climate negotiations in different positions, particularly in terms of how you operationalize concepts of equity and differentiation in terms of how different countries do different things in terms of their responsibility towards addressing climate change. And as opposed to, I sort of reviewed about 20 to 30 other games on climate, open source, or board games or digital games, where their idea of framing the climate change problem is largely to see it as a collective action problem minus equity. All right. So when I say that I want to make my ideological concerns explicit, my ideological concern here is that I want to put forward a developing country perspective on what it means to address the problem of climate change. So to give you an example, if you were to take up any of these games, for instance, a Financial Times game on climate change is something which is very explicit and you can easily access it on your phones right now. It starts off with an apocalyptic saying. 1.5 degrees Celsius is the climate temperature target that we need to meet. Newsflash, 1.5 degrees is here. All right, and the world has not ended. Okay, there is a way in which there is an apocalyptic sort of thinking which is present in terms of how climate change is transacted, in terms of the media, in terms of how we talk about it, and in our classrooms. And this makes it very defeating for a student who is 21 years old to actually deal with the problem. As opposed to that, what I am saying is we need to sort of speak about climate change with some sense of ethical optimism. All right. The second concern is a lot of these games, and in terms of how climate change is otherwise looked at, remember there are no proper textbooks yet on how to teach climate change, simply because it is a constantly evolving subject. So what you essentially have are a lot of notions and assumptions which are repeated, whether it is modeling, whether it is various other reports ranging from special reports of the IPCC or other specific reports of different organizations. The actions that they often speak about in terms of what should be there for climate action often have assumptions such as least cost models. All right? It is important to change vast amounts of land to bioenergy crops. Never mind that those same models then assume that if you do so, it means that land from food crops is diverted, which causes food inflation, which causes hunger in developing countries 70 years from now. So these are a range of different assumptions which are implicit in a lot of these board games, and the reason why this comes out is because this is implicit in a lot of the knowledge production about climate change. Now, if I am going to teach a third semester student about climate change, obviously I do not have the time and the scope to make all of this explicit. But the least that I can do is simply tell them how certain aspects of climate negotiations relate to concerns which they need to pay greater attention to. So when I start the climate change course, it ends towards the final assignment, which is the climate negotiation game, and I invariably start my lectures with these two positions. The first is that of a COP which was held in Glasgow, where countries such as India and China were blamed for not taking enough action on climate change. And the assumption is that developing countries really don't want to do much. As opposed to it, various presidents and leaders of developing countries often say, the way you want us to deal with climate change is in fact another form of climate apartheid. All right? For instance, prominent African leaders have said so. So, given this, when I start my climate negotiations game, and this is a good chunk of my climate negotiation course, I tell them that what we are essentially trying to do is trying to combine a perspective which has three main components. One is, of course, that it has to be based on climate science, and the basic idea is that there is a fixed physical limit on the amount of emissions that can be there in the atmosphere, and this eventually decides the temperature, otherwise known as a carbon budget. The second is that this is better framed as a right to carbon space as opposed to calling it simply pollution in terms of carbon dioxide or greenhouse gas pollution. This means that you are now forced to have a perspective which says, how do I divide this carbon budget equitably amongst all nations while considering how they have historically sort of contributed to the problem. And finally, as I said, the point of the negotiations is for different country blocks and groups to come together and have a sense of ethical optimism. And I frame this sense of ethical optimism as a question of dealing with what is the developmental space available to different countries, particularly developing countries, and how do they deal with the impacts of climate change. So essentially, what is happening in terms of the gaming part is that the mock climate negotiation games happens at the end of the course, prior to which they do two assignments. The first is every student figures out a way to calculate the carbon budget for different temperature targets and probabilities. This is right up front when I teach climate science. The second is based on the idea of the carbon budget and open source data on climate change and emissions across different sectors and countries. All students in individual and group formats come up with infographics. It's sort of an information task sheet that they prepare for their country blocks before they do the negotiations in the final round. All right? And through the course, all students are divided into 6 country blocks, and this is how they are largely seated through the course. There are various readings, classroom debates, various tasks in which all of them need to act as a group through the course as a country block, often positioning what is the specifics of their country. I'll give you an example. Transition towards clean energy in EU, particularly France, is largely based on going through nuclear energy. This is not going to be the same in the case of, let's say, a country such as Portugal, which is largely based on hydroelectrics. All right. So stuff like this is something that they sort of learn through classroom debates because they're constantly acting as a country block. And of course, the overall idea of playing the negotiation game, or the objective, so to speak, is that they learn how to position certain concepts. How do you operationalize the Paris Agreement? What do you mean by the carbon budget? What do you mean by principles of equity? How does this work out when you're debating? All right. And of course, the actual game itself is based on some of the modeling which was developed by an MIT open source game called C Roads and N Roads. Now, based on this, these are certain outputs that students have, and this is something which I've taught at least at APU for the last 6 years now, and a couple of years before I joined APU. These are examples of infographics that students developed. This is based on data using PrimeApp. This is also based on open source software such as Canva, etc. And these are the information sheets that all of them provide, irrespective of their background. Some of my most well-performing students always happen to be English literature students and sociology students. This barrier of maths and figures is something which we also deal with. The second, or the more interesting thing, so on the left is a panel. So this is a live infographic chart that gets displayed when they have climate negotiations. Every time they make a negotiation, they make a pledge or a commitment saying, we will say this much change in terms of the percentage reduction of emissions, etc. A graphic appears which tells them what it means in terms of the overall carbon budget, where do different countries stand, what is the contribution. The second parallel negotiation which takes place is a draft negotiation text. You have teams of people debating every single sentence and word. All right, this is sort of managed by students themselves. There's a president, there is a secretariat, and this is something which happens over 2 days. And this is something which I think creates a better way of understanding the broader climate problem, and even framing it as something the students can actually take something meaningfully away from. Now, there's always a so what question. What are we doing? I still have 10 seconds. And really the point that I'm trying to say is that when you say I want to create a developing country perspective, what I'm really talking about is the idea of democratic decision making in international negotiation, and acknowledging the work of a lot of global south scholars, which is generally unacknowledged in the knowledge production, as well as in the broader idea of how we think about climate change, games, and analytical play. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Dhruva from SAS talking about embodied learning in sports and fitness.
Hi everyone. Firstly, I apologize for my slides. They're extremely uninteresting. They're mostly for me, so you all can ignore them if you'd like. So I teach this course called Embodied Learning, which is part of the Sports and Fitness OM. Oh, there's a... So just some quick context for people who might not be familiar with the SAS, the latest of the SAS programs. It's an occupational minor program. Students choose the occupational minor, and then within that, they no longer have, they then have a pre-decided sequence of courses. So sports and fitness is the larger occupational minor. They do it for either 4 semesters or 5, depending if they take the internship. Embodied learning is the now first course in this minor. So the idea for this presentation was basically a lot of people come and ask me, what do you mean? What is embodied learning? And this is an attempt to answer that, because my usual answer is good question. So I still don't have a clear, a very easy to define answer, and you'll see why. But I thought I'll talk through what the classes and the course actually look like, and what the assessments also look like, and how they contribute to what we think is happening with this program. So just the intended outcomes of the program are to, gain familiarity and comfort with one's own body, and kinesthetic awareness, and there are certain concepts that we introduce as well. We also try to talk about the body as a social phenomenon. The body is not something that is purely like a biological construct, and it's also not just about oneself. So that is a big part of it. And from an occupational perspective, we also a big emphasis in this course and throughout the program is to develop facilitation skills, because we want these students to be able to go out and actually conduct sessions themselves with other people, with other groups. And also we are very aware that many of the students pick this particular program to have one easy course in their semester. This is something they tell us actually, quite frankly. What is particularly rewarding is when after a couple of semesters they come back and say, okay, no, we were wrong about that part. Just because there's less reading doesn't make it much easier, which is quite fun. So I won't get into all the theory, but embodiment is quite difficult to define. It is something that there isn't a lot of consensus about. There isn't any one definition of, but largely it is situated in opposition to this idea that the mind and body are separate. So a big part of a lot of the conversation about embodiment is that embodiment is talking about unifying the experience of the mind and the body, or what we think of as the mind and the body. And this is something we try to emphasize a lot in our course also. These are, this is one particular theorist has listed these down. I found this quite a useful way of starting to think about it. So what does a class actually look like? We come into class, we do some activity or the other. We play things, we play games, known games, unknown games, games we invent. We play sports, we do dance, we do art exercises, we do workouts, we do a lot of theater games, we play cooperative games. And over the course of the semester, these come from different sources. Initially, a lot of it comes from me. Later on in the semester, a lot of it comes from the students themselves. And we try to focus on two categories of movements, which are familiar, things that are familiar to the students. So as familiar as walking, jumping, hopping, sitting down, standing up, eating, sleeping, to completely new movements like dances they've never done before, or particular exercises using, Silambatam sticks, various different kinds of things that will be new to many of them. And then there is this also strong emphasis on repetition. So turning what would seem like new movements into familiar movements, and actually experiencing that and knowing, what that does to the body. So as a very quick example, if anyone would like to sort of play along, if you close your eyes for a second and wave your hand about, and I might say stop. Okay, so if anyone wants to try, stop. Now with your eyes still shut, grab the thumb of that hand with the other hand. Right? Okay, you can open your eyes. This is something that all of us were able to do extremely easily. So this is an example of our bodily sense called proprioception, right? The understanding and awareness of our own body in space. We didn't use any of our traditional senses to achieve this. We didn't look for our hand, we didn't hear our hand, we didn't smell our hand, we didn't do any of these things. We just knew. So this is, for example, one of the concepts when I was talking about kinesthetic awareness. Proprioception is one of the concepts that we'll introduce. This is a very small activity. We'll do many more such activities. We'll also then ask students to create their own activities by which to either demonstrate or develop or introduce proprioceptive concepts to other groups that they may work with. And they'll then conduct those activities for our peer group in class. Yeah. The assessments are actually a very important part of our course. They're built into the course throughout. So there are reflective journals that they write practically every week. Maybe there's a couple of weeks off. We keep them very short, and we, as much as possible, try and give them time to do it in class. We also have the advantage of running this as a studio course, so we get 3 sessions per week, which helps a lot. We ask them to do it in class, but everything we do in class comes with a strong reflective element, because without that, there is the danger of these just being a set of activities and us not really knowing why we're doing them or what that's achieving for oneself. So the prompts will be, there will be very specific prompts, especially early on, but we'll keep the reflection very short. So it'll be as simple as something like, today we played this game, did you find it easy or difficult? What aspects did you find most easy or most difficult? That could be an example of it. Later on, we then push them into deeper and deeper levels of reflection to, especially move beyond simply describing what they did. Class participation obviously is a big part of this course, and class participation in our course is not only about speaking more. In fact, early on we discuss how, because a lot of this is in group work and a lot of these are activities that they do together, early on we discuss how actually participation also sometimes means not talking. Especially if you're in the habit of talking a lot in group activities, we are looking at class participation for you as stepping back a little bit, leaving space for other people also. What does participation look like when the activity is to build a human pyramid, right? How much are you talking to each other? How much are you talking about safety? How much are you talking about consent? How much is everyone actually participating in a decision that they are implicated in regardless? So if the goal is to build a human pyramid, I have to be somewhere in that pyramid. Whether I'm the bottom, and I mean this literally, I mean a physical human pyramid. I might have to be on the top, I might have to be at the bottom, I might have to be in the middle. I need to be part of that decision-making process. They also, like I mentioned, they create games and they conduct them for the others in the class. And the final assignment is that each individual conducts a session for someone outside of the classroom, within the university space. In some cases, we have students who have done it outside of the university space as well, with teams that they have played with, or back home with groups that they've worked with, and so on. So I want to basically talk a little bit about what do we think this achieves really. This is just from our observation. One really exciting thing about this class is that it leads to better social cohesion amongst the students than anything we have seen otherwise. Because group work looks very different from all our stereotypes of group work. Group work is not about, okay, one person will do an assignment and then everyone will come. For one thing, we make sure they do it in class, a lot of the group work, including creating the games and conducting them and so on. But it's very difficult to step out of facilitating a game for 40 other people. And it's very hard to do that without it being noticed and called out by your own group members or by your own peers in many cases, right? So one part of it is that aspect, that the group work happens really well, but the other is, what does that achieve? What that achieves is they really get to know each other. And the very pedagogy of the course, not just the assessments, but the interactions in class are all group work. So if we're doing a dance together, or creating a choreography together, or building a human pyramid, or playing a cooperative game where we have to get from this side of the stage to that side of the stage using only 4 sheets of newspaper that we can step on, or whatever. All of this means we really have to talk to each other. The playfulness of it breaks the ice a little bit, but the discussions that come after make sure that people continue to take it seriously. The embodied experiences are a great gateway to discussing social issues, gender, caste, religion. All of these are things that come up because they are embodied experiences. We cannot engage in these activities without discussing them. I'll skip a couple of things here. I think this is, for me, very exciting. We don't have enough opportunities to play, generally. None of us do, students in schools don't, and as they grow, the opportunities vanish more and more, right? So I think that this classroom does something exciting, but specifically it does it excitingly as a classroom, not just an unorganized space where students can play anyway, right? That is something that we hear often, but students, of course they should play outside of classrooms, but doing it in the classroom means we can actually intervene and make some of these things happen. We can make people, help people reflect more. We can encourage the students to actually engage with each other, because play outside of the classroom space can also reflect social inequality many times. So I think that, this does something very exciting. I'll pause there and I'll just show this. It's not very clear on this monitor, but it's an art activity we did where everyone sat together and drew in parts of the body and had a conversation about parts of the body they have good relationships with, bad relationships with, parts of the body that are stigmatized, and so on. I'll pause there. Thanks.
Thanks, Dhruva. Next we have Reshma Krishnan from School of Continuing Education, talking about game as a pedagogy to foster critical thinking. I have a quick announcement. Looks like somebody has lost their phone, and if you're looking for that, please contact Mukta and Ray. And you have to make sure that that's your phone. Can we turn off the lights which are falling on the screen?
Good morning, everyone.
as a part of School of Continuing Education, we usually work with practitioners from different fields of education. They may not be teachers, they may be from publishing house, they may be working with NGOs. So always when we come across them, we always get to hear these myths. These they always tell that the games are a waste of time. The students simply have fun during that time. It doesn't teach any of the concepts. So usually we work with mathematics education, educators, and also all of them. So these are some of the myths we hear. And it becomes a part of, but as per the new education policy, national education policy, the textbooks are changing. So, and the curriculum tells that we have to, the teachers have to shift from the pedagogy and assessment, right? So the teacher, how do the educators get capacitated for that? It becomes a very important part of our training sessions. So it's one of our main objectives in order to capacitate the teachers to use the textbooks effectively, and also to make the teaching mathematics or teaching learning of mathematics very exciting in the classrooms. So we try to incorporate that. So just this is what game is about. That is what literature says. It is a structured. It is made of certain rules, so it is structured. But at the same time, it is something where the children can be freely engaged in, and it involves a challenge, and the challenge may be against a task or against other players, and it ends after finite moves. That means there is certain outcome which can be expected, which can be associated with the learning outcomes we have. So when we come to education, when we typically education, we use certain type of games we commonly call as instructional games. So when we talk about instructional games, they help in many. One idea is that the acquisition and development of concepts happen. So the children will be able to acquire concepts, or we can use games to introduce a particular concept or to develop the concepts, and it also helps them to practice that. In mathematics, the practice can become very drudging, right? Very boring. Sometimes we give hundreds of same kind of sums, and the children are very tired of doing that, and there is nothing effective coming out of that. So games become a way out of that. We can reinforce the concept using games, and also it helps in the development in problem solving strategies. According to the National Curriculum Framework, problem solving is one of the curricular aims of mathematics. So in order to develop that, games can become a very effective tool. And it also motivates the children, it boosts the confidence in them. That is very important. Developing values and dispositions is also a part. Values and dispositions are also pillars of aims of education. So along with the knowledge and capacities of the subject, we have to focus on these also. So this also gives acts as a motivation to the children, which is very easily done. So in teaching mathematics, there are certain points. So these games, as I mentioned, it is very aligned with the curricular aims. Whether it is about, so it gives opportunities to think mathematically, to communicate mathematically, use mathematical vocabulary. So that is very well aligned with curricular aims. It provides opportunities for various things, like they can be creative. Usually maths classrooms are considered to be very rigid. But this gives the flexibility of thought. The children can find their own ways, their own strategies. They can think in their own way. They have opportunities to pose questions. The children shouldn't be just able to answer the questions or solve problems given to them. They should be able to identify their own question. They should be able to pose questions based or for a given context. So that also, this opportunity also they get. They also learn collaborating with each other, and they give multiple senses to learn. For example, a game may have some movement involved. It may not just have writing and using the numbers.
So there are multiple senses to learn in this. At the same time, this helps them to enjoy, and as I mentioned, it develops the confidence in children, and this is very important. And it also provokes them to, motivates them to, encourages them to learn more about that concept, and they might go and explore more about that concept. So in our sessions, why does these become? So as I mentioned, all these are essential for school. So the teachers, in order for the teachers to be to know this, the games are very useful, and they should be, we always think that the teacher should get an experience first. We are though adults, we think that games are only for children, but adults equally enjoy games. So, and we have found this in all groups, whether they are, whatever the age group of the teachers be or the participants be, they enjoy being a part of the games and active participation, and this also makes our sessions lively. So our sessions become enjoyable, and all participate throughout the sessions through using these games. And it also helps us to break the myths which we have seen earlier. So the teachers get to know that this is not just fun. Children will learn something from these games. And as I mentioned earlier, the teacher's capacity should be capacitated. Educators must have the capacity to use the games effectively in the classes. How do they make meaningful connections of the games, of the activity and the mathematical concepts? So we try to use these kind of pedagogy in our classrooms or sessions. So these are some examples. One is we use game as a icebreaker. This works well whether in online or offline sessions. Even in online session, which for diploma students, where they are from different backgrounds, all are not teachers. This works well. They get to know each other during this activity. And we also use game to introduce or to discover the nature of the subject. This was an example for mathematical communication, to make them understand there's a necessity of making the mathematical communication effective, to make the symbols, why should we make the symbols and all very clear to the children. And we also use the games as a pedagogy for experiencing the different parts of teaching mathematics. I think video is not getting played. This is another video. This is a game which was used to discuss probability. Then another one, there is another myth in maths class that there should be no movement. They should sit in a place and learn. So this is a game which we use as, this is a very simple treasure hunt, where they have to go around and find the answers, and this can act as a diagnostic tool and also to a form of self-assessment. And another game which works with every group, irrespective of whichever grade they teach, or whatever kind of educators, even not with non-educators also this will work. It's a questioning game, and this is very important, and this is enjoyed by everyone. And this is about guessing a number. There will be a hot seat. The person sitting in the hot seat will guess a number. And we'll think of a number. Others have to ask minimum number of questions to guess the number. So this game is enjoyed by all, and this works wonders. So this is another example. And also, in order to make the teachers understand how to use the textbook games in classroom effectively, we try to demonstrate some worksheets as a part of our sessions. So this is one such example. Thank you so much.
Next we have Saurabh from School of Arts and Sciences, talking about dramatic performance as assessment and narrative focused courses.
Right, thank you. My name is Saurabh. Let's get started. So this is what I'm going to do. I'll talk about what I mean by narrative focused courses specifically, why I used dramatic performance as assessment. I have a couple of courses as examples, both of which were not here. They were at my previous university in Jaipur. I haven't taught a classroom course at APU yet. So one where it didn't work very well, another when it worked, and then kind of put it all together. That strip is there just because I had some white space there. I know everyone here is very attentive. It's not a comment on the audience. Yeah, let's move on. Okay, so what are narrative focused courses? For me, this is courses where some sort of story is involved. Both my courses were kind of, they were not exactly literature courses, but they were courses where we had to study a lot of stories, and I'm looking primarily at fiction here. That is also my own interest. So, and also I'm primarily thinking of written narratives, although one of the courses, as you will see, has a lot to do with film and other things, but I'll speak about that a bit. So the example courses here are from my previous university called J.K. Lakshmipad University in Jaipur, Rajasthan. And the two courses, their titles were these: Adaptations into Visual Media. This was mostly about adaptation studies, writing for visual media. So how you maybe translate from one medium, like from literature, text that is, into say film or television, or even comic books and graphic novels, drama, things like that. The other one was called Science Fiction and Technological Advancement. So this was about studying science fiction, seeing how it connects to real life, discussing famous works of science fiction, maybe some ethical considerations. Both of these were kind of elective courses, so students could opt for them. They were not mandatory for any students. Right, so why dramatic performances assessment? So I'm not calling it as pedagogy primarily, but then all assessment is kind of pedagogy. So I'm calling it assessment, by the way, here also because both the tasks which I did here were kind of the final assessment of the course. They were the final output for the course, and they had significant weightage, around 30% at least. Okay, both these courses involved creation tasks at the end. So both of these were creation tasks. They had to create some narratives of their own. So, and then these were going to be assessed. The idea was, of course, that there would be more active engagement with the narratives that they created. The focus was on the narrative itself rather than pure writing skills. So the assessment parameters, and I'll show you some of them, did not really ask for them being very good in language, for instance, grammar or vocabulary or anything, nor being very good at writing necessarily. It was not about the scripting part or writing the story part, but more about the narrative, how the story was put together. So yes, some part of yes, being slightly good at writing would help, but that is not what I tried to focus on while assessing. And of course, the idea was to have some fun. This was the idea behind why I chose these for these courses. I mean, intuitively, you would think you are creating stories, wouldn't you want written output? Yes, I did want that also, but I wanted a performance for some reasons. Now, there are some issues with this also. These were not drama courses. The primary text was not theatrical in nature. So you could argue, well, this is not really a learning outcome of the course. It necessarily dramatic performance involved working in groups, so there was some sort of enforced collaboration. You could argue maybe individually they might produce better narratives. It is possible, yes. There is some complexity in assessment. As soon as there was a performance involved, how it was going to be assessed, the rubric, etc., was necessarily a little complex. I'll go through some of that. Also performance-related struggles. There can be performance anxiety. Some people may write very well, but in front of an audience, they might be like, we can't really do this. So these are possible issues. So how do I address this? Well, I would argue the first one is fairly easy, that the performance itself is just a tool, just like quizzes in class and things like that. They're not the point of the course, but I think they can help to get to the point of the course. So I'm going to make an argument for that as well. One of the objectives of the courses was really for learners to be able to create their own narratives. I thought this would be one of the ways in which I could assess whether, one, they had created their own narratives or at least engaged with what they were claiming to be their own narratives a little better. And how effective they were also. I think it made them think about how effective their own narratives were if they had to perform it in front of others. The performance requirement in theory, at least, kept the students more engaged compared to a submission task where it's like we write and we give it and that's it. The audience kind of felt more real to them. I'll also tell you how I did it with both those courses. And well, yes, group work was enforced, but in theory, again, maybe working in collaboration would lead to better narratives wherever a single person might have not thought out a few things. Maybe the others help them to do it. Maybe it can lead to a more structured and more complete story. The assessment parameters focused on narrative, not really on performance factors like how well you acted, how well you kind of did that. No, it was more on the narrative. You'll see that I didn't really address this last one, performance-related struggles, because I don't have an answer. Yes, if you were very anxious in front of an audience, I tried to help them through it. You had to work with your group. Yes, it is possible that this may have caused some struggles as compared to a submission task. Okay, any basis for this? By the way, this part is post hoc. I did not think through, let me look at literature and then decide whether this works or not. I kind of did it, and now because I was going to present it, I kind of tried to see, is there any support at all? There's not so much for using dramatic performance as summative assessment for the kinds of courses I'm looking at. There's a lot, and in fact, specifically the quotes I've chosen here are related to school level learners, not university level learners. But there is quite a lot for it motivating them or it making them engage more with the task. So there is some stuff there. I'm not going to read through it. I think I'm running out of time anyway. Okay, so let me take the first example, when it worked and when it didn't work. So first, when it didn't work, sorry. So this was the course called Adaptation into Visual Media. This was the assessment task. I've summarized it. My task statements were actually 2 to 3 pages long, so I've just tried to put it here. Essentially, it was create a story, adapt it into a script that can be perform part of it in class, which would be about 5 to 10 minutes. The result was the narratives were, I think, insufficiently developed. Not all, but most of them. Performances were kind of slightly poor, I'd say. Students seem to be a little confused. Why do I think this happened? This course happened in a kind of workshop mode. So although in a day I'd spend a lot of time with them, they didn't have so much time between classes to kind of work through it. So I think there wasn't enough time to create, adapt, discuss, improve narratives, not much time for really performance practice either. So the expected output also, I think I could have described it better. Maybe I was a little too hurried in asking them what they had to do, telling them what they had to do rather. So maybe it was not clear enough for them. So what could have been done differently? Well, one, maybe I shouldn't have chosen this for such a course at all. But if I wanted to do it, maybe I could have started extremely early. In my case here, I introduced this final task only after 40% of the course was over. Apparently, that's not time enough. I should have done it earlier. I could have improved clarity by reducing decision points for students. I'd left it too open. I allowed them to choose whatever they wanted essentially, and they took too long to get there. So often the first few classes were just spent in, okay, I think I can do this, I think I can do that. I should have helped them structure it better. Scheduled more group meetings for progress monitoring. I should have done this also. I did manage to meet them once or twice, but I think that was not enough. Okay, moving on. When it seemed to work, happier times. So here also it was something similar. You can see from the task statement. Create a science fiction narrative, because that's what the course was about, based on a single concept. So there are many things you can do in science fiction. By the way, my students chose parallel universes quite a lot. I think that's because of Hollywood and the Marvel universe. I would rather they choose something else also, but okay. They had to choose a single concept, perform at least part of the story in a performance, which is open to all in this case, 10 to 15 minutes. A panel of faculty members present at this performance will ask questions to the group afterwards and do the scoring. The results here were better narratives, I felt. Reasonably good performances, not fantastic, but reasonably good. They managed to put their story across. Generally more engaged students, more ownership for their own work, more participation by group members, by individual group members as well. This is not a rubric. This is, the 30 marks were split between what I would score and what the external panel would score. The things in blue are individual scoring. All the others are group scoring. Moving on. So why did it seem to work better? Earlier start, first of all, this was a longer course, like a full semester course. I gave at least 12 weeks. It was a little more than 12 weeks. I told them what I expected them to do. So more frequent meetings and discussions. We could even rework some stories entirely, like we could trash one kind of script and go on to the next. Better buy-in from the students. I think I managed to describe it a little better this time. Higher stakes, because there was a public performance. I think they at least tried to make sure that they don't make complete fools of themselves, kind of thing. And of course, there's an external panel. I know this is a luxury. You can't always get other faculty members to come and assess your stuff, but it worked. So just to summarize, because I know I'm almost out of time. So for narrative focused courses, which is the type of course that I was dealing with, I think if a creation writing task is involved, choosing this kind of thing might also help. Of course, we want them to write also. Because it could be useful to push them to engage with the writing process better. Now, if you're worried about AI, for instance, I did not bother about AI here. They may very well have 20 seconds. They may very well have used AI to help them with their narratives, but it was really about whether they engaged with their own narrative, knew what was going on, and worked on it. And I think this got them to work on it. A performance open to all might help students to take it more seriously. So the second time I did that, it worked. I know this may seem obvious to those of you who run or have done CRX courses. Enough preparation and practice time, again, kind of obvious, but it needs to be there if students have to do it even reasonably well. So that's it. Yeah, thank you. Later.
Thanks, Saurabh. The last speaker for this session is Sindhu, talking about weaving ideas into possibilities, mentoring students for independent studies.
Yeah, good morning. Few of you here, hopefully it's okay. So in independent study is quite familiar to most of you, I think, in the postgraduate programs. So students typically in the fourth semester, of the program can opt for an independent study in lieu of an elective. And so as the guidelines state, they're expected to go beyond curricular requirements and explore a topic of their interest in depth. And over the years, my experience with mentoring IS students has been quite interesting, thought-provoking, and I'll try to draw some reflections based on my observations based on specific projects of 9 students from 5 batches across 10 years. I intend this chronicle to be a reflexive exercise about the mentoring process and my learning. So the context of the independent study. So an independent study can take different forms depending on the topics as well as the individual characteristics of the students. Typically, students who take an IS seek faculty guidance based on specific areas that they have identified from the curriculum. And also, these are ideas that may have developed during their prior courses as well as during fieldwork. Being in the final semester of the program, they're also grappling with existential questions. What do we do after the program, careers, all of that. So they're hoping their independent studies will also help them answer some of these questions. The process of enrollment into the study also helps identify whether they're capable of independent work, which is very important. And they're usually also quite open to exploration. So rather than strategies, I will focus on what I'm calling here 3 broader pedagogical arcs, which basically trace certain structures of mentoring. These are patterns of engagement over a period of time and develop some kind of collective meaning. Now, these arcs, while they're called pedagogical arcs, and I'll describe it in some detail hopefully, is framed in terms of the student engagement, which led to a certain kind of mentoring from me. So that's how I'd look at it. So my roles as faculty mentor, this is probably quite familiar to many of you, that you help students explore an area of interest, finesse an initial question so that the outcomes are sharper, the course of the study is clear, structure it to meet an existing project requirement if you do have one, and openness and flexibility in navigating often unfamiliar paths, because it could often be quite unfamiliar for both. Guide them in taking initiatives and planning fieldwork if it's possible, and also help them trudge through phases of disappointment and various existential questions as well. Okay, why isn't it changing? Oh, all right. Okay. So pedagogical arc 1, tacit expertise. So the first arc is characterized as tacit expertise, which is basically trying to say that students who fall into this category come in with a sense of strong expertise about the topic they're going to be working with already. So I possibly am looking at about 4 students from 3 different cohorts to think about how this is framed. They explored areas as diverse as environmental education, queer studies in the curriculum, and gifted education. And for me, I was navigating these areas for the first time. They were quite familiar with it, probably being personally interested, activism, and other reading that they have done. All went on to, so they were very intense learning experiences with outcomes such as position papers, research articles, magazine articles, so quite interesting in that sense. All of them went on to pursue these areas in some form through their professional practice and later into their PhDs. So tracing the arc, so one starts probably with very clearly identified questions. As I said, the students come in with that expertise. The structure is drawn up quite early because they are quite familiar with how they want to proceed. The mentors, my suggestions basically involve pushing their thinking in new directions along with dialogue and dissent, and probably minimal structure in terms of how they should go about it. And of course, they move on to future career paths continuing from their study area. The second arc is one of curious exploration. So students categorized, I'm thinking of 3 students from 2 different cohorts here. They explored areas such as gender and science and aesthetics and science, which were relatively familiar areas to me. And now, why curious exploration? These students were pursuing these questions out of just personal curiosity, interest. They were not quite thinking about taking this up into career paths or something deeper later. They want to collaborate with friends, previous acquaintances, and develop a shared understanding. And they had excellent outcomes as well in terms of curriculum frameworks and research articles. So the arc can be traced broadly, starting with curiosity about an area that they found intriguing. Then they're keen on exploring collaboratively to satisfy their curiosity as well as make personal meaning. Of course, but they have expectations of structure and sequence and very guided step-by-step requirements that they put forward clearly. So therefore, my role there is in helping them sequence, structure, understand, go about, identify readings, all of that. But strong motivation and drive to achieve meaningful outcomes, which means inevitably I felt they exceeded expectations quite well. The third arc is one of existential navigation. So basically these are students who are basically grappling with several questions about themselves, about the world, about their careers, about education, all of that. Inevitably they want to answer these questions through the independent study. So I'm thinking of possibly 2 students from 2 different cohorts who worked on interdisciplinary framings of classroom pedagogy. So the areas that they took were also quite possibly a little ambiguous. They wanted to explore it in the way they wanted to, but they were very interested in answering some deeper questions from it. They were keen to figure out their future trajectories and were simultaneously confronting existential dilemmas, as I mentioned. The process was characterized by intensity, even while wrought in ambiguity, but it also led to substantial written work. Yeah, so the arc is broadly they were started with curiosity about their own capabilities. So for instance, some of them were asking these questions, am I capable of doing research in the future? Can I take up a PhD later? So, and they wanted to try and answer that kind of question. Very intense process, but ambiguous. And they were also developing new projects in this attempt. So that was interesting for them and for me. There was a lot of ideological and emotional labor confronting their capabilities as well as expectations from the independent study as well as from me, which, it can, I remember this became particularly tense during the pandemic, for instance, when we were mentoring online, and there was a lot in their personal lives as well, which came into, the mentoring discussion, which inevitably couldn't be left aside. And there was meaningful writing with projections towards future outcomes as well. Yeah, okay. So broadly to conclude from these 3 arcs, so my attempt here was one, to look at all of these wide range of projects, but also this has been personally fulfilling for me to look at an independent study and to guide students through it. Also because it provided new openings for exploration and learning in topics which I wasn't always familiar with. There was a lot of structure that was there, but there were also emergent processes in between which led to adventurous, sometimes uncertain navigation. Mentoring involves significant discernment, considering diversity in student backgrounds and the themes that they've taken up for study. And it is often a satisfying process which sort of complements your classroom teaching. For students, it helps to identify interesting areas and weaves them into future possibilities. Okay, I've concluded. References, acknowledgements. I'd like to acknowledge the 9 students from 5 different batches across 10 years, and yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Sindhu. We have time for 1 or 2 questions.
Thanks. I have a question for Aravindan. He's right here. I don't need a mic for him, but the gaming equity for climate change, I thought it was very interesting. My question is, since many of these students coming into such courses, and most of us are exposed to a world where we think of negotiation as something where you try to get the best for your group, right? Whether it's in corporate or UN kind of thing. So in the negotiations that you gamified, was there an effort, or did it come up that some kind of affect, right? That I care for the others doing well, rather than I'm in the developing country thing and we've been exploited and we need to get our due. So I mean, that may not have been the dominant thing, but how does one build in that kind of a compassion into a negotiation framework?
So a couple of variations. So when we play the game, we have a secretariat. So one country is the host country that decides where the negotiations start, the starting point for it. So whenever I pick a developed country to do that, it ends up being a zero-sum game, where the developed country pushes the boundary so far off that everybody is just trying to reclaim their own negotiating space, and it ends up as a zero-sum game. When we change it to a developing country being the host, there's a lot more scope for the negotiation, all right? This in fact is very similar and parallel to when COPs are held in developing countries versus a developed country. So there is a bit more scope where these affective aspects are there. The second thing is that once they are more comfortable with the numbers of the carbon budgets, one thing which and is an important idea otherwise, right? When you give up the 1.5 degrees Celsius target and go for a 2 degrees Celsius target, there's a bigger carbon budget as a resource that can be apportioned between different countries. So the moment students realize that, they then start negotiating and arguing in such a way that, okay, let's go of a very strong target in favor of a target which can allow for a greater this thing. And the other affective aspects is I make them sit in groups solving problems throughout the course. So by the time the exam or this assessment sort of hits, it's perhaps one of the more smoother group exercises that I've had in PG as compared to the other courses. Yeah.
I have a request for Dhruva Desai. Please conduct such sessions for faculty as well. Sounds very, very interesting. Yeah.
We have time for one more. Nisha.
Sindhu, the presentation was very interesting. I am just curious about the word of ambiguity throughout your presentation, whereas I felt that many things were properly laid out. But I also think there's a space for, students not directly knowing your pedagogy. If that is what it means, I would like some.
Yeah. I was probably thinking of the themes that we took up in the independent study, which, so for me, being a science educator, or at least from a science education background, there's always a lot of structure in my mind in the way that we conduct studies, and even if it's perhaps not empirical, right? So that way, in terms of structures, I felt, I had to also re-examine the way I look at structured pedagogy and allow possibly the students' discernment as well as the topics. Okay, if I'm not using the word ambiguous, it's that it's not, there's a lot of uncertainty in the way we proceed. The readings we pick as well as, okay, where are we going next, right? We may have thought of a structure when we wrote up the course as part of the independent study, but so that's what I mean by that. Yeah, but I actually sounded definitive because I think this was my sort of labor as well, that I wanted to make it, give it some kind of structure, because I was thinking there's something interesting emerging from here. But the ambiguity came primarily from the research areas and the diversity of students. Yeah, that's all. Thanks. You're done.
There are no more questions. We are done for this session. Next is basically parallel sessions happening in different classrooms. So those who are interested, whoever is interested in whichever topic, please.
It's off now. Okay. First two presentations went 2 minutes over. Yeah. Correct. Brownie was not there.
We need somebody with experience, especially on the travel logistics side.
Yes.
No, we don't do anything here. Only on the sides. Because if you do anything also, it will be covered. People will sit on a time. So we can do a good animation on the screen. That can be animated. I've seen that. Stage corner. $37.7. 5. So I think what we will do is do a small projects. You can take it off later. That will be better for them to easy access. They know what we'll do there also. We'll do one here also. Other what will happen? Yeah. Backstage to light show. Backstage ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಈ lights. What would be board size? 62 inches. 62 inches. This also we can do brand. I'm thinking just these two. Yeah, we can do that. This area. Also act as a block. Because animation, the backdrop is like the minimal, right? Backdrop. So what I do is post this. Stage to project experience. Based on last year's experience, I have shown the cost. Otherwise, whatever we discussed now, whatever cost we have done, so much is there. So I'll send out a checklist. Go to the checklist. Based on it, we'll send out a cost. On this branding is there, this is not factored. Many things are not factored. No, you don't do it. ಬಾಟಮ್ ವೈಟ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ 162 ಸರ್. current laptop. I asked to inform. Power is there. So there, so the problem is one plug is there and one plug is there. Well, they have power point not everywhere. In different distance. There are different distances. Now sometimes what happens is that somebody has to charge the phone or laptop because in the evening generally no one is using the laptop. Correct. It's all maybe 10 to 15 minutes. But having one or two extension boxes you want. At least two will be four both sides. Then we will discuss this, but you keep in mind of two of them. Apart from just And then there are some, there was one 150 days of homework. So this is what you this is. So this is, I'll also explain. This is for the village schools. So for village schools, it will do two things. One is like a, it's almost like a puzzle. So you the two which is your that you guys will get, is it? Yeah, I'll share with you the design. And I think that was not included in the, because we already what is it? What material? The wooden plug. Yeah. I think we should use wooden. So the last one what they have done is they have used the wooden putty. On that they then they cut out a sunboard and stuck the sunboard in it. So you have a picture in front. Sir, we have given one sample. No? We have one. I have. Yeah. So this goodies and all same like last year we want or something different? Open to suggestions, but you can just default to whatever we have used last time. So this is the dark finder. So this is the back. One, two, this is the book. This is the front. Bottle pictures you are not taking it. Bottle for bottle. Horizontal होगा normal I don't know whether that bottle. I have. We have. One also. Yeah, I'll copy. Bamboo. So yeah, no, coming back to the program thing, individually they will receive two things. One is that something on a flat paper, I don't know, and then you need to give an activity board. Those are but open wooden or something, I'm okay with it. But about 25 goes and 25 bucks. The way they use it is the putty, the principal might put it off in a given location in the school because it says this is a Wipro in your school, something like that. And the plaque is maybe something for the table or the principal putty for the that will usually. Is this the something which you have this kind? Yeah. So this is everything. And I will have पीछे you need a keyhole or how do you handle it? Yeah, it comes with that so keyhole is there. Two sets keyhole is there. The other plug. So two I want to understand. You know, buses you take them towards the right direction. Sometimes they'll drop off there. So they'll go and they'll come back only in the evening. This is like and that is the pickup point again. Night there you have to stop at 5. We are not taking that. Basically, we are providing bus to go and come back. The only thing we this many people in the bus. So we provide that these many people come back and back. manpower, like volunteers work is different, manpower work is different. Manpower, that is the more manpower. Then we'll have to arrange different people. Share the picture of the material. I'll have a job. Show you what is, so it's big, heavy. If it is heavy stuff, volunteers won't be able to move. No. I'll have to get trolley, all those things have to be done. So this wooden stands, basically dismantled. So what they will do is that these wooden beginnings, they will bring it here. They are not. Putting together is done by a partner. Yeah. So they will do it. In between the transport of this. In transit is what you have to say. Yes. They will do it more. This has been asked us. In case, otherwise we don't. Yeah, sure. 2 days in advance let us know. This manpower is different. Volunteers we can arrange immediately, but this manpower is different. So this is the setup they have done. So this is all wooden. This is all dismantled right now. Put it in a storage. Now putting it together, there is a carpenter who has to do it. That we are arranging. Okay. Now the carpenter will not come over, fix it up, and there is a place there. The hinge area which I was showing you. That's open area. From that storage place, secondly, their team will, the AP team will coordinate, okay, this is the room, they'll unlock the room and all that stuff. They're now moving this to a particular area. Then carpenter will do this job. This is mainly 27. And on first, they have to, the dismantling is done again. Carpenter will do. This needs to be packed. In the packing will packing as well. No, packing will the clean these kinds of movements, they will have to pack in the boxes here. Boxes are there. You just need the manpower. So you confirm you need manpower with packing method, whatever it is, you just confirm in advance so that it will be prepared. The bamboo thing which I was telling you, these are the bamboo. But this you were saying that these are customized. If you have actually this. This we have, that's what we have done this earlier. These are similar things to hang around. I remember last time what we did. The cost was, there was a very big cost and it was customized also, and that time they didn't have time to, they said like to get this customized one in the bamboo will not be possible. That was a little bit, but we'll go ahead with this one. Is there anything on the cost? If you want reusable material, then we'll have to use MDF and cardboard on. Because we were planning to use corrugated sheet of whatever is reusable. Flag you can take. Yeah, absolutely. No. Even it's no use for us. And this is remarkable. Every year we are using remarkable. When we have printed and we can reuse the thing. We have to easily stand. But those sunboards tend to get into soil after storing the work.
You could, instead of the buttons, like a fabric paint waste, instead of taking wood, we have like
no branding on the stage, on the coffee table, no 10 cards, no coffee mugs, nothing.
Just the two panels and whatever else that you want to.
Yeah.
The last thing is on the English. By the next day, it starts dropping.
Check. Check, check. 1, 2, 3.
Philosophy for children, and then inclusive geography. Both were nice.
We can pass on.
Check. Check.
It is running? It's okay. Yeah, yeah.
was nice meeting some of these external faculty, hands-on and PhD students, some of whom are Indians studying there that have been come back and went to Delhi. Yeah, it was a nice conference. I do go for it. Punjab, in the middle of
Oh, so cold.
yeah, it was cold. It was really in the middle of nowhere. My brother was also presenting, so two of us went together.
He's an academic?
Yeah, he runs the Science Education Foundation. Science Education Foundation called Think Tank. His background is in business, but they do school, they do have hands-on school science experiments in physics, maths, chemistry, Think Tank. They're based out of Sibiram's house in Malaysia. Yeah, but
So one of the huge guns.
so that's it. That's like August space. Lovely place.
They've like conserved it well.
Yeah, the Raman Trust kind of manages it. They've done a lot of new things. Well, Bangalore Hubba, a bunch of things will happen over the next week, 3 days. But they,
So they don't have a field day.
No.
I think in
RRI had a proper Raman. It was very nice actually to go and visit.
I've been to RRI.
Very nice visit. They have on if you ask, they'll request, if you request, they'll open up this room here. Collected crystals from there.
You studied quite a few.
This is under light of crystal. You turn the light off and you see the piece of wood. Turn the light on. Yeah, so this is fluorescent, all the
But it's not like special difference. It's not part of the museum.
lately I heard it's like, I mean, yeah, it's not part of the
I mean, I'm sure
museum.
that they don't have such a big footprint.
I think school groups come. And when a big school group comes, they open
But
it up.
like people don't say, oh, something to invent.
Oh, yeah, unfortunately. But yeah, Rupert is interesting. I mean, to see a new iron that was 6-7 years old, which is really in the middle of nowhere. It was a long conference, 5 days.
Older
The history is much older.
I think it'll be just ergonomically better if you yeah, yeah, you can just shift to the middle. Uh, thank you so much, thank you so much. Very obliging audience. Um, all right. Um, so thank you everyone for joining back after lunch and what I'm told was very nice dessert. Um, we all know post-lunch sessions are hard, so obviously we gave the hard session to people who are doing hard things. So um, I'll do a very quick introduction and then we will start. The plan is that I have a few questions that I'll ask them and get them to respond to, and then we'll open it up to the audience. We have about 45 minutes for this session, right? So we'll start with Arima is the Director of School of Development at Bangalore. Nisha is the Head of Programs at the Bhopal campus. Shanti is the Head of Programs at School of Arts and Sciences, and Ankur is the School Director of School of Education at Bangalore. All of you knew all this, but still. So when I was given the opportunity to have this panel, I was thinking about what question to ask them. So I decided to zoom out a little bit and talk about the culture of teaching and learning that we have at the university. We think, certainly I think, that it is different from what is seen at other places. It is something that people, when they join, when they move from other places, notice that there are things that are different here about how we do teaching and learning. So the idea was to spend some time reflecting upon what is it that makes the teaching and learning culture here what it is, and how do we foster it, what are the kind of elements of it that are good, that need changing, and so on. So we'll start with opening remarks about the culture as they see it, and then I'll follow up with some questions. Arima, do you want to start?
Okay, is this clear? Yeah. Right. So I think it's also important to clarify is what is the basis on which that I'm actually sharing all this. In this role, fortunately or unfortunately, you also get to kind of be part of the induction of many new faculty members, right? So the kinds of questions that people also have asked in terms of setting their journey in the university, also our own experiences, and also I think a lot of it when you have conversations with colleagues outside other kind of institutions, that's where you also learn what is it distinct about our kind of university setting. So I just feel that certain elements of this culture that we are talking about are important, critical, and I'll begin with an anecdote, and I think which is what we are doing in plenty in the Pedagogy Conclave, is that, you know, when a colleague actually writes to me last week saying that, you know, Arima, I'm trying to be, you know, thanks to the academic office, which is trying to, that we need to prepare ourselves for the next semester course, and I'm going to change my assessment, and it's not working. But I remember you had mentioned at some point of time in some meetings that you had tried out something in the Moodle, the forum, discussion forum, and I want to try this out. And can I kind of spend 30 minutes with you to discuss? Or someone actually said that, you know, I tried this time because group work is always mystery for all of us, right? That this time it has worked, but I can't tell you why it has worked, but it seems to have worked, right? So I think these are the kinds of things that we should continue, that are integral part of the culture, that somebody does not shy away saying, well, I think I really want to do this, and etc. So I just feel in this whole question of culture of teaching learning, for me, learning part of it is critical. As faculty members, for myself, that I'm kind of, you know, I'm learning, and also learning with my peers. Right, and more importantly also learning with the students and from the student. So I was really kind of impressed when one of the PGDDL, you know, the diploma participant actually wrote it recently saying, you know, my returning late to learning, and something that he had written about APU, saying what is it that he really liked about the faculty in Ajim Premji University, is it, you know, long years of practice and all. saying that the faculty members were never authoritative figures but really co-learners in the true sense. So I just think that if we are not really open to learning, then, and I think that's something that which really, and that's a journey, it doesn't come so easily to many of us, and I think that's something which is important. And I also feel that ongoing shared understanding of what we do and why we do what we do, I think it's important. We can't take it for granted that this is basically our approach to higher education. It's not kind of so easy. And hence, I think it's we should not shy away from admitting that what we are trying to do is challenging. It's not an easy thing at all. Many things that we are trying to do is actually against the trends that are going on, right? So I think it's important that we do acknowledge that it's a challenging thing, and hence it's okay to share our own vulnerabilities, failures, whatever, without being judged. And I think that's something which is critical. And till the time we are able to do that, I think we'll continuously grow. And I really liked today's, the humility with which many of these presentations were there, saying not that we have cracked everything, but this is something that we have tried. And this is the nature of the trial, and this is the learning from the trial. And I think as long as we are able to do that, this is something that I would say that that's a culture that we should build. One last thing I would like to say is that, the kind of our approach to teaching learning, which is about this learning and continuous reflections, so, which is so important for all of us as evolving thinking faculty members. It requires a lot of creativity, imagination, and hence I think it's important to sometimes go slow, and pauses are important. I don't think that I can dream saying, now I've got it, tomorrow I'm going to try this out. It doesn't work like this. So I think that as we go on, we are now third campus, going to be fourth campus. So while it is important to define processes, define academic rigor, define many things, there is a fine balance between, defining, over-preparing ourselves, and the kind of space for slowing down, pauses, reflections that are important. Till the time we are able to find that balance, I think we would be good to go, is my sense.
Thanks. Can I have a quick follow-up on the last thing that you said? It kind of reminds me of the discussions we are having about processes and streamlining things, and as we are growing larger, versus autonomy, in the sense how much we leave it to the instructor to do. I know there's no right answer to this question, but just your thoughts on how to think.
Yeah, so I certainly would not like to go back into our startup mode where we began. Many things we thought it's organic, we'll figure out. That should not happen because we are really scaling up. So definitely, defining processes, defining everything is important. But I'll tell you, Anand, where this concern is coming from. I realize that when we are trying to be imaginative, saying, okay, we should have a kind of 12 weeks kind of, this thing because we want to. I do also see that when faculty members are saying that I think, I don't think I want to try out this assessment anymore because it really requires time and space and rhythm of a certain kind. Let me just do this. I think that would be a concern in future. Secondly, for example, we seem to be also jumping from barely one semester is over, patapat ready for the next semester. So I think, when we, I always give the best example, Avijit, I don't know if he's here, he used to be my neighbor in PS. And, every time that we would pass each other, we knew whether we are going to the class or coming out of the class from our expressions only. So that we are really invested, faculty members. We just don't say, let me just walk into the class. We don't do that, right? So I think when we are also grading, it really requires time and effort. I myself, with my speed and etc., I just felt that I was not able to give the feedback on the last because it's literally got 10 days time because PO's constant reminders, here is the grading timeline, here is the grading timeline. I thought if I don't fulfill, तो फिर embarrassment of another kind हो जाएगा. How will I kind of inspire my faculty member? So I had to do it, but I just felt I was just moving. I was just, I see that. Also another thing, for example, the kinds of things that I have planned with students, and we have been able to do such a nice exhibition in Metro Art Gallery for 2 days, I don't think I can think that I'll be able to do, because students are also jumping. One session, another, okay, this over, that over, that over, that over, and that's it. So I think it's a little bit, we need to think through. And with more and more this thing, faculty members should be able to share their discomfort. Because if we just somehow try to adjust it with some kind of assessments which can be faster, then I think we will do injustice to our overall approach. Yeah.
Thanks, Hari. Nisha.
So we think alike, Arima. So my discussion won't be very different from what Arima has said. But I would like to begin with a short anecdote or excerpts from my own classroom. So it was a first session in the second semester, and the students have just come after a break, and the entire semester of 4 core courses, has just finished. So I was asking them, what are your key learnings from semester 1? So some of them said that we have learnt different perspectives. I asked which perspectives. So one of the students said, we went to field practice. There we saw that students, many students are not able to come to school because of the several challenges they face at home. I said, fine. So what have you learned from this? They said there is diversity. Students are coming from disadvantaged background. On nudging further, and again I asked them, what is it that you learned in semester 1? Couple of students answered very interesting way. One said, we learned to ask questions. Someone said, we became more disciplined. Some said, we are able to manage our time better. One more student said, we have learned to read and write better. Then another student said that we learned how to connect experience with the theories. So I said, that's very good. Tell me one example. So students said that we went to school, there we saw how children learn, and we connected with the theory of Piaget. I said, all right. So what is the theory of Piaget? And what is it that you connected with? So they tried giving me the answer that is written maybe in the reading. What is Piaget's theory and so on. So I was reflecting on this entire episode, and this is not new to many of our classrooms. So one thing is clear that we should celebrate is that our students are able to, many of them are able to ask good questions. They are not afraid of making errors in asking questions and so on. They have also become better disciplined in terms of coming to class on time, for example, one clear indicator. What I think we might have to do further is this inquiring into what it means to me. That is the question I think that is not asked by the students for themselves, that okay, this is what I have learned from the reading, this is what I have discussed. Teacher, the faculty member has taught me, I have been to the field, I have seen this, but what is it for me? How do I understand it? What is my feeling towards it? That kind of articulation has, at the individual level, has not happened, is my sense. Or it has happened, but more is needed to say that we do bring authenticity into the classroom, we bring rigor into the classroom. So to my mind, this originality in thinking, originality in expression and rigor are related. One cannot think of rigor if we are not thinking about how we are nurturing original thinking and expression of our students. So these two things are together. In this discussion, I also find a particular framework given by Lucy Calkins very interesting. She talks about presentational talk and exploratory talk. So presentational talk, all of us know, there is a talk ready, we are presenting it to the students. In case of exploratory talk, things are not yet final. We are tentative, the positions are tentative, and the faculty member is also exploring with the students, saying, what do you think? Might be this, might be that. Maybe that tentativeness of the discussion gives rigor to the discussion, and it is possible that that tentativeness or the exploration of thought also becomes a culture of the classroom. And I somehow feel confident that through these exploratory discussions, over a period of time, students will themselves be able to find out what it means for them to study something. So can the anchor of our courses be real experience, exploration, rather than the right answer. I am sure none of us are really behind the right answer, but given the readings we have, given the kind of syllabus we have, the time pressure we have, there is some sort of a rush through the semester. So maybe that we should think about what is the talk time of a faculty or a teacher versus talk time of a student in the classroom. And how do we nurture this kind of a exploratory discussion more and more? And ultimately, the student should have an answer for this question, what it means to me, what is my understanding? And that I would feel that it would give better conviction to the student to act. Otherwise, if I am not able to articulate it for myself, what it means to me, then how do I am convinced, or how do I find that conviction to act in that world of work? So this is something that I have been thinking about.
Thanks, Nisha. Just quick follow-up. It's very interesting what you said. I'm just trying to think through, from what you have said, many things tied to starting from, what is our program strategy, what kinds of programs we do, to curriculum, to what kind of students we get, to faculty. So it actually encompasses all of these things. If I just bring it down to all those things are done, something has been decided, some curriculum, some course, everything, some kinds of students they've all landed up in the classroom. And I also have been given a course to transact. That also is done. Now in the classroom, are there things that I can do that will make the student more reflective, more thinking about what it means for them? Or is most of the kind of weight of making that change on the structural factors rather than what I do in the classroom? Which way is more of this, which is the lever that can be pulled more for this?
So that is a difficult question, Anand. For example, I was thinking that our course documents are guided by readings. Not guided by, all of us have concepts that in this course I want to talk about these concepts. I want to talk about these processes that the student should develop their skills. And these are the values or attitude, that kind of a framework we have. And then we also have set of readings. I think in the day-to-day happenings of the classroom, readings do tend to dominate. That conceptual framework is there in the minds of the faculty members, but what gets communicated to the student is that set of readings, set of assignments that are to be done. Now, can this culture, because we are talking about the culture, can there be a shift in our expectation towards how are you thinking about it? That question can we ask every class. I think that pedagogical shift might help, that I have taught, say for example, 90-minute class I have taught, or we have discussed about something, say 60 minutes. Can 30 or 20 minutes can be given for the students to write or discuss what do they take it from here? And then the next class could be building from there or something like that. And also I feel that can the course documents have experiences, set of experiences at the heart of the document, and then through these experiences, these are the set of readings or resources or materials. These are the people to go to. And that kind of a framework, if we can think about, might help.
Thanks, Nisha. As you all know, Nisha is also on the CPC though. So the course document stuff that she is saying she'll have to do. Shanti.
So first of all, I just wanted to say that one of the unique things about us is actually the fact that we're having this pedagogy conclave. So I think all of us are from a widely, different disciplines, and the one thing that brings us together is the fact that we want to be really good teachers. And I think that's a really nice way for us to collectively work together, right? And the question that you had asked in the email was, what does it take to make a good teaching and learning culture? I think the question that I would ask, that someone asked me once is so it's not just that we're teachers, we're educators. So that being an educator encompasses a lot more than just teaching in the classroom. And so the question I think to ask which will then drive the teaching and learning culture, is what are you educating for? And I will take permission to be highly idealistic in this moment. I know it's not always practical, but and just share, I guess, personal experiences. So for me, ultimately, whether you are teaching, what is it, the fundamental theory of algebra, or sustainable agriculture, or the chemistry of cooking, whatever it may be, I think fundamentally what I would want my students to come out with is to be kind people, to be cooperative workers, to be, you know, reflective, and also to be able to learn on their own. So I would want them to be equipped to do that. So I think having that in mind in every class that you teach, whether you are teaching algebra or whether you're teaching education or development or whatever it is, I think that translates into your pedagogy. So how you teach, what are the activities that you do, what are the assignments that you set, all of that gets translated. So I think that is one way to look at it. Okay, so I know that's very idealistic, but I hope that that works. So thinking about cooperation and kindness and you know, a kind of collective thinking about what we want the people and places and things that we are surrounded with, I think that is the kind of thing that I would want education to be, and hopefully that, and I think that is the collective effort at the university. So I think that's a really positive space. And to think of these kind of characteristics not as like individual personality traits. It's not that, oh, Nisha is a very kind person or Arima is a very generous person. It's that these characteristics are part of our social fabric, right? So that is the kind of society we want to build. I think that is the kind of, if you have that kind of thinking, that translates into the teaching and learning culture. And then I think we often think about students a lot, you know, what should our students get, what should they be learning, and so on and so forth. But I think we also should, and I'm sure there is a lot of theorizing behind it. I don't know, I've studied biology, but what should a teacher get out of the experience of teaching, right? And the thing that I think is really important is, at the end of the day, you are not a teacher because of the money or the prestige or any of that, right? It's, you want to be a teacher because it's a rewarding experience, right? So I think as a collective, we should be thinking about what makes a rewarding experience for a teacher, and how can we promote that as individuals within ourselves, you know, as colleagues, and also institutionally, what can we do to help teachers have rewarding experiences? And these rewarding experiences come because we have positive student outcomes. We see students who've come from, let's say, very disadvantaged backgrounds, and we've seen their growth. Or we've seen students who are extremely talented, and we've helped sort of build a path for them to succeed and sort of achieve their ambition. So I think that is the other aspect of it, is thinking about teachers and how you can make rewarding experiences for them. So, and all of this is around building relationships with students, with colleagues and with students. So we need to be able to figure out ways to facilitate that. That's not always easy when we are scaling and when we are thinking about processes and so on. But that's something that I think we have to hold dear to our, you know, to our culture. And then finally, I think also it's helpful to think of the classroom as an educational space, not just for students, but also for faculty, that you are, every time you're teaching a class, you're learning that teaching is a deeply intellectual experience. It is not just coming and, you know, it's really a challenge to think about a topic and think about how you can transact it. And so really encourage that kind of, I don't know, intellectual space. I think that's something that is really great. Okay, so just, I don't know if I'm taking too long, but I have too many notes. Okay, the other thing is to encourage, I think another very important aspect across all disciplines is to encourage creativity. And this, you know, applies equally whether you're teaching psychology or mathematics or physics or education, I think. And creativity, I don't just mean in terms of, you know, for students who want to become innovators or entrepreneurs or researchers, but really creativity sort of helps, I think, helps students ask better questions, kind of tolerate uncertainty, right? Just be more resilient in general, to see that knowledge is, whatever they're learning is not something that is like not something that's just consumed. It's something that they can construct themselves in the classroom. So I think that's also something really exciting in the classroom that can be kind of cultivated. And then finally, I just want to say for undergraduate students, because that's what the School of Arts and Science is primarily, not all, but comprised of. For undergraduate students, it's a huge transition from school to college. So there are a lot of sort of aspects to that where we are not just thinking about, again, disciplinary sort of silos, but really thinking about, you know, shaping an individual and their citizenship in society. So I think that is a huge part of what we should be thinking about as educators. Yeah, I think that's all I had to say. I'm going to cut short because I feel like I'm talking.
No, there is time. But I found the positive experience of teaching thing very interesting. Can you say a little bit more? Like, you know, when you teach, there are some student fails. That's a negative experience. Someone does well. So that ebb and flow keeps happening. Are there things that you had in mind that one could structurally do or process-wise do so that you have more positive experiences, or that we highlight them more? So little bit more of what you had in mind.
So I think it's, I think celebrating successes is great, but I think also sharing failures is just as valuable. Because there are times where you are really desperate as a teacher because, I don't know, you see that a student has a lot of potential and they are not fulfilling that, right, for whatever reason. And I think a collective sharing of that is really valuable because we tend to take it on ourselves and say, oh, I failed that student, I should have done more for them, that kind of thing. So I think being able to share those experiences is really important, that we have a culture where we can share and say, I had a really bad class today, I had planned this, it didn't work. Or, as it happens very often, I went to class and I was not prepared enough and things didn't go as I planned. You know, any of those things, we should have a culture where we can openly discuss these things. And of course, you know, sharing the positive experience is nothing like it, right? It only enhances the kind of reward that you get out of teaching, because ultimately that's what we're in it for. So we should be able to celebrate that.
Yeah, if you speak last, most of what you want to say has already been said, but nevertheless. So I think when we are talking about the culture of teaching and learning, what I want to say is, I think everybody here agrees that we do have a fairly serious culture of teaching and learning that is very strongly embedded in the institution. But what I want to emphasize is that it is not something that has just evolved on its own. It's not been organic in that sense. It's been very consciously been inculcated, and that has to do with who we are, what we want to be, what our roots are. And I know that right from the beginning, when when we recruit, when all of us were recruited, I was recalling my own recruitment process. You're asked about those things, like, what do you think about teaching? What is your approach to how you want to teach? And I think this very, very big question, which is so important for all of us, is about when you have a diverse set of students, how do you deal with that, right? And hence, what I want to really emphasize is that this culture is something that is very, very strongly embedded, and we take it so seriously that we know that we face a lot of challenges, and who are we preparing, what are the kind of students we are working with, and what are we preparing them for? And those values and all are very strongly then imbibed by each one of us. So that's one thing that I wanted to say, that we should remain conscious of that. We should remain conscious of this fact that this culture is important to us. And as we grow, as we scale up and all of that, we need to carry it forward. And as administrators, I think that responsibility to a very large extent lies with us. The other thing is very similar to what Shravanti was also referring to, which is related to this teacher autonomy, and the fact that when I go into a classroom as an instructor,
I must enjoy that experience. It is so important that I go to my classroom, and as you are saying, when you're entering and leaving the classroom, your expression, it is so important that even after 20 years of teaching, when you exit a classroom, you have this feeling that today my class went well or it did not go well, and it's a very joyous or a disappointing experience. So the enjoyment of teaching is extremely important, and yes, it is an intellectually stimulating experience, and that should be central to doing this. I mean, this job of going every day into a classroom should excite me as much as it did the first day I entered my class. And however challenging, which it is, there is no point in seeing it through rose-tinted glasses, because it isn't. It is a hard task to do. It is a difficult job to do, especially in the circumstances that we teach. But it's important to celebrate it. It's important to celebrate it. It's important to enjoy the experience. The third thing I want to say is that, which I think is again very integral to the culture that we already have, and which we should ensure that we continue with, is the fact that for us, all of the work that we do, which is academic in nature, from development of courses and then teaching, etc., has been a collaborative process, right? It evolves from the ground. We all work together. While we enjoy lots and lots of, I think, pedagogic freedom and autonomy in our classes, a lot of the teaching learning processes that we evolve together have always evolved from the ground, and they have been collaborative, and it's very important to maintain that. And I think that is the kind of culture we want to continue with and set. The fourth thing, and is important, is I think about mentoring, is how do we prepare our colleagues for teaching? How do I seek feedback on my teaching? I think it's also very important that this mentoring happens in many different ways. So while yes, it is important sometimes to set processes in place, it's important, there are things, again, institutions grow and we lose out on things. So some processes are already there. Each of our schools have ways of mentoring and helping our colleagues teach. But I think what everybody seems to be resonating with are the corridor conversations that you alluded to, and I think Richa also mentioned, which is so important, right? The fact that I can go to my colleague and a younger colleague perhaps and say, I want you to come into my class and tell me what you thought about how I taught today. Or, I'm facing this challenge in my class and I don't know what to do about it. To be absolutely fearless and, have no apprehension in reaching out to our peers and asking that I need help and I need support because I'm committed to this. This is so important for me and I want to know how this works, is something that is already there. I would like to believe that we already do that quite effectively. It's important to continue that, to reiterate such whatever practices continue in our system. And I think that is what really, and the kind of innovations we've heard since morning are a testament of that we take it seriously. We want to find solutions to the difficulties and challenges that we are facing in our classroom. So I think that it's already there, and I hope we can continue with that.
One thing that you said that I sometimes think about and maybe a little bit worry about is that some of us, when we joined and programs were being created, courses were being created, and we were part of that creation process. And that gives a certain sense of ownership. And we are still doing it, we are still expanding. But now when people are joining, I see it from their point of view, it feels much more like things are set up. And we are coming here and plugging into that. So do you think that matters? And is there something that we should do to give them the same or similar experience of ownership that we had when we came in were creating things.
Yeah. So I agree with you. I think there is a huge difference in being part of something that is evolving and of that process rather than getting something that is already cooked and you're asked to, because you're not invested fully in it. I think the good thing is that while there are lots of things that we've already done, there are so much more that is still happening, right? Every day we are designing new programs, and I have always maintained, and I think told every colleague of mine that the best way to learn teaching is to be part of course development teams, right? Even if it is not a course that you are going to teach, just be part of those discussions. It just teaches you so much. There is so much to learn. So I think that is a very important aspect of this. And I would never like to think that for the next 20 years, this place will always be a very, very dynamic place. So if we have already developed some programs, there are so many more to go, right? And I think just one thing that I want to add is that the way things are moving, for example, now we have blended mode programs, which we did not, right? When we joined and had no sense of. But that is such an interesting and exciting space for us to discover. And so many of our younger colleagues who have joined in the last 3-4 years have learned amazingly to use technology, the digital technology, to teach. So there's so much for me to learn from that I really don't think I know about. So I think there is always, there is a lot that I could give, but there is so much for me to learn from others. And the ownership comes with that. The ownership comes with whatever it is that we are part of.
Thanks. I think we have about 10 minutes. Maybe we'll open it up to, I have some questions, but I think I'll give a chance to the audience to ask questions if they have. There are a couple of mics, I think, that can go around. You can ask it to any of the panelists or to all of them.
Hello, thank you so much for this discussion, this conversation. It's really exciting to be here and to be hearing people just engaging in conversations on pedagogy, since that is something that is quite close to my heart. I had one question, which maybe all of you could respond to in some way. One of the things which I think has been coming up as a recurrent theme almost is the pace of the semester, and how it's sort of, making us move at a certain rhythm, which makes it hard to either sit with something, a challenging problem, or give good feedback to students. The turnaround is quite fast. Sometimes we find students also just struggling to handle all these different things that are happening at the same time. So I was wondering, is there any conversation, or can we begin any conversation on structurally, first of all, why this is happening, and secondly, are there things that can be done to address it? Because that is something which I personally have also been finding, and I've found how it's also affected what I perceive as the quality of my teaching and the quality of my capacity to give feedback to students. So I know this is a difficult one, but any thoughts or emerging thoughts?
I do completely agree, Ruchi, and was it not there earlier? perhaps not, I wasn't feeling it. But I do feel that the pace is getting a little cramped for some reason. We should begin a conversation because I don't think I have an answer as yet. But it's important to have that conversation because I think the danger would be is that if we somehow try to just subscribe to the timelines, subscribe to the processes, and not really express that this is what I'm feeling, maybe we should rethink, are we trying to do too much, or are there different ways to do it? What is it that we can compromise, what is it that we should not compromise? And I think that conversation is needed, is what I would feel at this stage, because I really feel that that's the kind of a thing that we feel, yeah.
I feel that perhaps the reason for that is that the processes have become far more streamlined than they were earlier. Somehow the deadlines are a little more relaxed. Instead of now the 10-day deadline, earlier we had 3 weeks to complete our grading and things like that. Technology, everything happens on LMS, everything happens. I think some of that has also contributed to that, but sometimes you feel that it is necessary, right? It also ensures that things happen, students get their transcripts on time and stuff of that nature. I guess it's a two-edged sword, but yes, time for reflection and all of that is important. I don't know if there is whether any kind of conversation would help. I don't know. Anand.
So it is being made to appear that I am the originator of all these processes that people have to do. I am not. But no, we should have a conversation on this and see where is it coming from. Is it more pervasive? Students, I know this has been a thing for some time, and we had a kind of conversation about workload and spreading it out. But I am increasingly hearing it from faculty as well. So I think it is a good point to start a conversation on this and see what is happening.
Yeah, hi. Just a general question. I mean, some of you sort of indicated this, especially for a young faculty when you come in, there are certain tacit expectations of how you need to conduct a class or deal with a class. And often, given the diverse background of our students in terms of where they're coming from and their own experiences, many of these things are something which we figure out post conducting the actual course. So sometimes it's just really helpful if senior faculty would actually just talk more about how to actually, how do they have, conducted a classroom or certain things. I mean, I just remember, more recently, there's a new program which is going on, and it was really nice that we just had a conversation saying, Acha, if you're going to speak to people who are above the age of 35, if that is predominantly going to be your classroom, here are certain things which, you need to sort of look out for. I think those sort of conversations, whether formally or informally, need to happen a lot more so that, our expectations are a bit better aligned, especially when you're attempting something a bit newer. I think some of you sort of hinted at that. So if there is a way to do that a bit more, I would really like to know, like, how.
So I can just say one kind of, I don't know if I can call it a process that we have or a group that we have in the School of Arts and Sciences, the Teaching and Learning Group, where people actually sit in on each other's classes, and there's a designated set of people who sit in on each other's classes and give feedback. And I think the people who are sitting in on the classes learn just as much as the person who's getting feedback. So that's one way through which that, we've kind of put in a process where this can happen. But I hope we've created an environment where newer faculty feel completely free to go and ask questions as well about, I've never done this course before, do you have advice, and so on. So if there are specific processes you have in mind, or like, teaching circles or something, that's something that we could think about, certainly, yeah. And there have been some on and off, I think, discussions about having similar things across schools as well, where people are sitting in across schools. So that would be a nice idea.
Just wanted to add. Is this? One, Arvinder, not that senior faculty have answers to everything, huh? So don't think that they are going to, yeah. So that's one. Teaching is a practice for everybody. Anyway, no, I think what we perhaps need to do much more is that a lot of the conversations have happened with our usual cohorts. So for example, perhaps for UG, the UG cohorts, right? For us, it's the PG, MA development much more. Now that we have really expanded to speak to a much more different kinds of cohorts, right? People with work experience, the diplomas, the certificates, etc. I don't think that we have had much of discussion on the learnings from those kinds of participants. I think that's something that we need to do much more. It's the first time I heard about certificates and diplomas, but I think so that's something we really need to do because yeah. We are a little more obsessed with our degree participants type, but now MBA also is much more with work experience. So that's, I think, something we need to do. Yeah.
Hi. I'm going to ask something. I don't know how it is going to come out. If it is coming out in a wrong way, please, sorry, I'm well in advance. Yeah, this is just a continuation of what, Ruchi brought it out. It's not only the semester, the duration of the semester, it is also the strength of the class which is increasing day by day, right? So when we talk about this CCE, like a comprehensive continuous evaluation, and then every semester or every year I'm seeing the percentage of in-class assessments are also, going high. Especially, me teaching in teacher education group, when we even, if I have to plan something like micro teaching or something, I have to spend at least 5 to 6, sessions for that particular, assessment alone. So, whenever we are planning to have discussion on this semester duration versus the number of in-class assessments and all, please consider all these things, into the number of sessions, especially, considering the assessments also. And I would like to know, like, how would you, how you have been handling this? It is a personal struggle for me.
Every phase, every 3 years, 4 years, whether it is post-pandemic or whatever, there will be newer challenges. Something or the other. Like I said, that it can never be an easy ride. Teaching is not child's play in that sense, right? It will always have its challenges. So maybe the current challenge that we all need to collectively address is of this nature. Right? And I think the solutions will also evolve like that. They will evolve by sharing, by talking to each other and all of that. And that is all that we need to do. We have to just, like Arima said, that we need to now also, come out of this feeling that we know everything. Because I teach in the master's program, I know everything. I think it's an eye-opening experience to even learn that, how the face-to-face, for example, in our blended mode programs, the face-to-face interaction happens. There are 45, 50 adult participants, working professionals sitting for 6 days from morning to evening. And there is assessment going on, there is group work going on, there is so much going on. It's amazing how those sessions are facilitated. There is so much to learn. So it's just that there are lots and lots of, every few years there will be newer challenges for us, and we will have to figure things out collectively, and I don't see why we cannot, right? And it will happen like this. It will happen through conversations across schools, across programs, across modalities. That's what we'll have to do. That's what I think.
It's not exactly a question, but it's a, I think I can think about it aloud. So I think there are multiple problems in teaching. Every day teacher faces problem, right? So, but if the problem is, solution of the problem is came out as a generalized solution, then there is a problem. So everyone's problem can be, has a multiple way of solving it. So discussion can help us solve the problem. But if this solution can be made generalized, then actually it will create problem for others. So I think this is one area that we probably, discussion is not for everyone's solution. This is just a takeaway. This is one. Second element, I think the framework of CCE, I think this has to be continuous comprehensive evaluation, right? I think this way NCERT itself made a huge mistake by equating CCE as a formative assessment. CCE is a very traditional way of assessment. So I am connecting with our course. So when a new students are enrolling in the first semester, they are very new. So what is happening when you are taking test in the first week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 5 weeks? So they are very new, they are learning. So you are taking the grade as a absolute grade, but they will perform, not perform well. In the 10th week, they will perform better, and in 15th week, they will perform the best, because they are learning in the process. So what is happening when students are in the process of learning, they are penalized in the initial stage. This is the CCE framework, problem of CCE framework. But if it is considered as formative assessment framework, then actually every time they will be rewarded. So I think this is somewhere the pressure builds up. And the last point is, we talk about spreading out the assessment, right? But whatever you spread out, every course there will be, at the end there will be certain exams. Because exams, even if you spread out the assignments for 4 courses, 3 courses, how much you can spread out? You cannot spread out. Within a week there will be 3 exams. So there are some problems which are real problem. It cannot be resolved only through operational elements. So I think I'm clear.
Yeah, I'm Hemlata. So till last December I was on campus, and then I used to teach regular students. Now I switched over to teaching of bridge course students who will appear for UG entrance examination when they get through this. So somehow I was teaching them bridge course, and then finally these are the students who are very socio-economically poor. And then when these online classes did not, to my satisfaction, did not work well, I started visiting the centers or NGOs and then started teaching them. It has been working out. Do you have any suggestions for teaching such students?
Very specific question, Hemlata. But yeah, this is working. But this is a common question I think all of us have when the students are coming from certain background with not much preparedness for engaging with readings, simple readings also. Academic reading, writing is an expectation, but simple readings also they find it difficult to engage with. So one general learning principle is that begin with where the students are. That is one, I think we should work on this. Second, I would suggest that working on that exploratory talk helps. So whatever be the language of expression, if the students are given tough tasks, in the sense challenging tasks to respond to, and they are given some time to discuss, talk about it without letting them know that there is not going to be any judgment on how you are, what you are saying, how you are saying, and all that. Talk about it, discuss. Write basic things on that, however you are able to write. So this continuous process of talking, thinking, writing, feeding into each other will give us better results, better that will create certain kind of learning environment, and that would help is what I think. But definitely a lot of opportunities for students to work through their thoughts, what they are thinking, therefore what am I writing, what am I experiencing, and therefore that authentic self coming out through the writing, all that is very critical, I would say.
We'll have to stop there. We have eaten a little bit into the time of the poster session, so please have your tea or coffee super fast and then land up at the posters. We'll have that, and then we'll start with the short talks again at 3:30. It'll again happen in Ray and Gurudat separately, and we will end like that. We don't have time to have a final coming together session, so that is how it is. So thanks to all the panelists, and we can go for tea.
Check, hello, 1, 2, 3, check, hello. Check, hello, 1, 2, 3, check, hello. Hello, check, hello. Check, hello, 1, 2, 3, check, hello. Hello, check, hello. Check, hello, 1, 2, 3, check, hello.
It's on now? Ah, okay. Yeah. Okay, shall we begin? Good afternoon, everyone. Hope everybody is feeling lively. We have 2 more hours and very happy hours to go. We have Ovi Thorit first. Where is Ovi? Ah, okay, yeah. All right, so we'll begin. And Ovi, you already know, 8 minutes. I'll probably just ring once and then 10 minutes a couple of times. And I'll also look at you very kindly, but please try to finish by 10 minutes, right? Yeah. Okay, thanks. Let's go ahead.
This works, right? Anand is not here, otherwise I would have complained. We definitely need more time for posters, and once people are out of the auditorium, who would want to come back in, right? Hi, my name is Ovi. I work with the School of Arts and Sciences. I am in the biology group. I'm here to just share an experience with you. It was a fiasco that turned into a somewhat good day. The course that I teach is an occupational minor. It's called, on paper, for some reason, biological conservation. It's not at all biological. We talk about economics, power, justice issues alongside ecology itself. So I call it biodiversity conservation, and for students to make it more exciting, it's called biocon. So I'm basically conning them into it. So throughout the course, we keep speaking to students about power hierarchies when it comes to practicing conservation or designing conservation projects or evaluating their outcomes. But on the other side, we also have deep hierarchies within the student group itself. And the composition of students, since it's an occupational minor, is quite diverse. And the main groups that form are the smart, knowledgeable bio or EVS students as compared to non-bio or non-EVS students. Even within the biology and environmental studies group, there is sort of a tussle. There is always a competition to establish who knows the best. And hence, as a result, we always had this issue of strong groups being present within the students' body and them not interacting with each other as much as we wanted them to. The field methods course is something that they do once they have undergone an introduction to biodiversity conservation, once they have learned the history of conservation. So this comes much later. This experience is from last summer, where we went to Coorg for 12 days. So I went with 40 students to a small town in Coorg called Ponnampet, and we stayed in a degree college hostel for a few days and looked at the kind of interactions people have with environment around, and how do you measure certain things, how do you count species. So a lot of quantitative methods as well as discussions around ethics of conservation, ethics of camera trapping and surveillance and things like that. Of course, one big aspect of field methods course is always the weather, and it's very unpredictable in May. So we had a lot of rainy days, and the nice structure that we had collapsed completely once the rain started becoming more and more frequent. So this story is from one such rainy day. The idea was for them to go to the field and to compare a sacred grove with a coffee plantation in terms of the kind of diversity that both the spaces have. And to do so, there is a tool that is used. It's called a transect. It's also made into a square, and that's called a quadrat. So it's basically a line or a square that you use to sample organisms from an area so that you can estimate what exists in the larger area. It's a very commonly used method, and
the actual tool itself has to be made. You don't get ready-made transects or quadrats. Since it was a rainy day and we could not go into the field, it was not planned, but I thought they could make their own transect lines. And I must tell you that all ecologists are very good at jugaad. And that's what I wanted them to learn, to innovate on the spot and learn to make a transect. And these pictures are from the transects that I have used in my work. So right from going to a fabricator to make a cage, or finding the best kind of a rope to make a flexible kind of a quadrat and things like that. So you have to think on the spot. There is this Chinese proverb, you give a man a fish and you feed him for a day, and you teach him to fish and you feed him a lifetime. Like all proverbs, we don't know exact origin, but I've heard it's a Chinese proverb. The idea was that once they learn to creatively think about the tools and methods and come up with solutions themselves, they could do it anytime, anywhere. It does not matter. So the first challenge was to find a place where we could make the transect. It was raining heavily. We spotted a stage in the degree college campus, which was partially covered. And on the spot, we decided to run towards it. Some of us slipped and fell down, and all of that happened. We were having fun. We all got wet in the rain. Eventually, we reached the stage. Everyone was excited and were talking about what to do. And I handed them a rope, a piece of garbage bag, and scissors. And I asked for 2 volunteer groups to make transects, 2 transects. And the rope was 43 meters long. I wanted them to make a transect which could be made into 10 by 10 square meter quadrat as well. And the 3 meters were just extra to play around with. The students got completely confused. Of course, the first group that volunteered was the smart, knowledgeable group, the bio and EVS people. And then the second group that volunteered already had some kind of experience with ropes and how to make knots and how to wound a rope around a stick and things like that. The first group struggled for 45 minutes. At the end of it, they had a rope which was very flawed. They had to calculate how many meters they would need. They realized that the knots were not staying in a place and were moving around, so they struggled quite a bit. And the other group had made the rope within 10 to 15 minutes, found a stick to wind around it, and succeeded in all of this. There was a lot of embarrassment in the first group itself. And this experience kind of completely changed the interactions within the group as well as the learning environment that they were in. For the first time, a new group of students felt out of place. And these were the students who were always confident. They were in a place where they were unsure and embarrassed. And in a way that helped to sort of make the power a little bit equal in a way. The structures that this campus and classrooms create were not there in the field, and that helped a lot in having organic interactions and learning from each other. I completely was disconnected from this exercise. I was just watching, so they were interacting with each other quite a bit. And of course, there was close contact with nature, the element of rain that was there. It helped them, I think, be in an environment which felt safer, more exciting, at the same time more relaxing, I guess. And of course, I call it trauma bonding. They were in an environment which had a lot of adventures for them to go through. For example, apart from the transect and everything, when they were living in the hostels, many of them for the first time with toilet doors that would not have latches, or there won't be any doors, or buckets that were broken, and they had to think about how to use that. But at the same time, they were experiencing something that the students there were already experiencing. I also feel that there is something to do with travel and kindness, and travel itself makes people more kind. and that probably helped them learn from each other. Of course, this can be done within our campus itself and maybe some other time, but we have done some activities where students have used their senses to connect with the environment around and have found it very rewarding experience. I think, yeah, this is my last slide. How can the field reduce the gaps and foster connections? Of course, there is a lot of material around how green spaces are important in fostering connections and making learning a better experience, eliciting curiosity, and giving rise to transformative, positive experiences. I personally want to get a little bit more into the theoretical aspects of it as well. That's why I'm presenting here, so that I do get pushed into that. I also do want to have a critical lens at it. Does the field make certain areas more challenging as well when you want to have an inclusive environment? But yeah, so far, from the fiasco of the rainy day, we have realized that the outdoors field experiences definitely bring forward innovation, connection, sense of empathy, emotions as much as knowledge and fact. Yeah, one last thing. You can see all the students on the last day making that poster that says BioCon. It's put up on outside my office. But one feedback that I always remember is that the students said that we made friends for the first time in our campus. And they have been here for years. It was quite surprising for me to hear. They have been undertaking classes together for quite some time, for a few semesters. And to hear that for the first time they made friends and they understood each other, had fights and made up, was quite nice. So let's see how this summer course goes. We will again be going with a different group of students to field. And this time transect making is going to be a deliberate session, not an accident. Thank you.
Thank you. So we don't have Nilanjana's presentation. She's not well and couldn't make it, but we are bang on time with the next presentation.
Sorry, I had the transect that the students made to show. So
Thanks.
It's garbage bags and nylon.
Yeah, so next presentation, Juhi Tyagi, Rajesh Joseph, Amlendu Jyotish. Yeah.
Okay. Tell me when to start? Yeah. A big thank you to the organizing committee. Amal, Rajesh, and I today wanted to talk about how we actually teach ethics. And the two pedagogical interventions that we are going to discuss is how we bring in the process of reflection and how we actually build an entire community trying to do this. So in the School of Development, we teach ethics at multiple levels. As soon as the students enter in their first semester, they go through sort of theoretical frameworks, different ethical frameworks like deontology, utilitarian ethics, feminist and communitarian ethics. And then incrementally in the next semester, they also start to collect data on their own, so they understand what is the sort of ethical dilemmas that come up in the field. But they also engage in some interesting classroom innovations, such as mock IRBs, or the institutional review board process, where students actually wear the hat of the reviewer and try and see what sort of feedback they would give. But we see our job really here as ones to develop skilled and reflective practitioners in the field. And this really requires that students think about, they design and they think about their own projects. And this dialogue and reflection with oneself really happens in the third semester. And that is what I am going to be focusing on, which is the institutional review board process. We know a lot about how ethics is taught already. And in fact, we use a lot of these methods already in the program. But like the theoretical discussions which happen, a lot has been written about how ethics is taught through doing that. But we consider that a first level. One of the things that we consider equally important in fact, is, like we said, how this IRB process plays out. And literature shows that there are many different ways in which this actually happens in different universities. So, for instance, one of the most popular things that are done is students or researchers are made to take an online certification, which was developed in the US. So, this is called the CITI certification, which is the collaborative initiative training that happens. And so students or researchers actually submit that online certification when they're done with it, along with their IRB forms, to actually essentially a board, which has experts which review it, and then they give feedback. But one of the things, and so, IIM Bangalore, Ashoka University, everyone really follows this process. But one of the things we really find missing in this process is that it is extremely individualized. And I think what it really misses is what ethics is about. Ethics is about values, and values have multiple layers to them, right? So you have individual values, of course, you have organization has its own values, you have normative expectations of society. And so we really believe the only way to really think and teach these values is to try and align them, and the only way to try and align it is through actual dialogue. So individual processes, rules and regulations don't really get to individual motivations, right? The cognitive sort of aspects of this at all. And therefore, we spend a lot of time in actually creating and focusing on the two pedagogic interventions that I spoke about, which is trying to make sure there is a lot of reflection built in the process. It's always collective. So we're always trying to build a community that does this together all the time. This is time-taking, but there is a reason, therefore, for doing it. A little bit about the way our process works and how reflection comes in everywhere into it. So here you will see, of course, there's a student who might write a proposal, and it is constantly discussed with their mentor, right? There is a lot of back and forth that happens. Once that dialogue is done, it actually comes to the reviewers, and each of the reviewers independently looks at it, but also, again, has a discussion with one another, right? And then a feedback goes back, and then the mentor and the student sort of look at it again. We also have something that we've built into this process to actually create more openness, and that is to actually make it completely anonymized. So actually taking away hierarchies from the process so there's no one, so the reviewers don't know who the mentors are, the mentors don't know who the reviewers are, and this really pushes for people to be able to have an honest dialogue about what they, how they feel, or how they understand a certain proposal. And we also have a role of an anchor here sometimes to bring this alignment back together. Remember, we kept talking about how important that alignment is, because there are various values at various layers and levels that we're really trying to bring together. The other thing that we try and do to actually build in this reflection is through a process of orientation. We orient, again, not individually, but collectively, both students as well as reviewers. We use a lot of cases, and the whole idea is to always use a sort of Socratic method to keep asking questions rather than giving answers. Remember I talked about the CITI training, which is what most universities use, this online training. None of it actually, a lot of it has been criticized for not being relevant to our context. So a lot of what our students do is not material that we can use. So we had to develop it. Indian context is absolutely lacking. The only cases we found were medical and business cases. Again, not very useful to what we do. So we actually, with students and faculty, we've all been actually collectively putting material together, and that's what we've been able to create. This is an illustration of one of the sort of cases we use to orient our students. A student wanted to find out how the police interact with street vendors in their daily lives. They did a really good job, but they published this in Citizen Matters and published it with a photograph. And so what we did is leave it open-ended to say, okay, what does this mean for the confidentiality of a person? So we constantly, like I said, using the Socratic method and asking questions, even in our orientation, so that the sort of what is valuable, cognitively as well as affectively, becomes discussed collectively in a room, right, rather than an independent process. And this we've realized has made students a little bit more mindful. This is another illustrative case that we use, something that all of us encounter in the field very often, right, where your participants or respondents also become your friends. So here an A&M, for instance, might share some information with you, and the question is, where do you set boundaries? As a researcher, will you be using this data, or what will you be doing, or how should you be dealing with this data? Is it data, or is it other information, on what you should do with it? And this is similarly a boundary, these boundary settings are also a similar concern with reviewers. We don't know when we can enter. Our mandate is not to enter into methodological issues, but sometimes we realize that becomes necessary to do. So where do we enter and where do we not? So for instance, a student wanted to study public opinions on beef eating and wanted to do FGDs, right? So this is when we say, okay, so should we enter into the methodological issues at this point? And the other sort of challenge we face in this process of constantly setting boundaries, etc., is to also think about how the reviewer should function. This is an ongoing challenge because we see our roles as not as tour guides, right? The opposite of that, in fact, of constantly just asking good questions, of being facilitators rather than regulators. And that's not easy, because sometimes you don't agree with projects. It doesn't make sense to you. Or sometimes a reviewer is also a mentor, right? So to actually make these divisions and keep asking questions rather than telling researchers what to do is difficult, but we keep trying to push for that to create a sort of more productive inquiry process. And we realize when we're off balance and we're not doing it very well, when students stop taking important questions. Development requires students to take up difficult questions, right? Sometimes work with minors, sometimes work in prisons, in conflict situations. And so this is a dialogical process where we realize we want them to assess their risks, but also continue to take up creative projects. So just to sum it up, we constantly make sure that there's a lot of dialogue that is constantly happening, and that there is this community that is constantly growing, that is involved in an ethical process. Everybody has a chance to be a part of an IRB process, to be a reviewer. Reviewers also, of course, are mentors. And we're constantly ideating together and creating a lot of the material as well together. And just to say that our students go out in this world and become alumni, and I think what's important is they learn how to adjust and dialogue in dynamic sort of ethical situations and think about how they need to handle it. And I think it helps internalize the ideas of dignity and respect as well, which goes a long way. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Next we have Agniva. So you're getting help with the, yeah, all right. Yeah.
It's ready. How long do I have?
Same as everyone else.
No, I mean, because we are running late. Because we're running
No, it's all the same.
okay.
8 minutes, and I'll bring one bell.
It's I've connected. Yeah. Thanks. Hello, everyone. Good evening. I'll be addressing something which I think all of us have faced at least once while teaching. Literature review kahan se kare? What do we do about literature review? And I've tried all my best possible places. I've been to the library, I've seen the internet, I've seen everything possible. I don't think I have enough to call it a day, and I do not have enough literature review. What do I do about it? Unfortunately, the idea of doing literature review came to me at one of the most unholiest time in the day, which you will see later on. I mean, not see, but understand. So, what I call this is a chair experiment. It's an experiment. It's a thought experiment where I do a workshop of sorts with students when I'm teaching field research in education. So I tell them, think about a chair. Any one of these chairs would do. Think about a chair, and now let's look at all the possible perspectives we can look at a chair from. let's say we can start with the word root, which is the etymological origin. Where did chair come from? Who called it chair at first? Do we know who called it the chair at first? Probably not, but we can always look up. Why is it called chair? And who called it first? Why do we need a chair? What's the relevance of a chair? And along with relevance comes the geographical area where a chair is used. Metaphorical references, for example, chairman, an armchair. Uses of gender, chairwoman, chairperson. The changes from chairwoman, chairman to chairperson, much more neutral. And of course, what is the significance of an empty chair, possibly, which we see at multiple points in time. Then we move on to categorizations of chair. One of those chairs I was sitting on when I was thinking. And along with that, all the different kinds of chairs. We would probably see around at least 4 or 5 different kinds of chairs here right now. And different chairs would have different origins, different places. Probably people would have thought about them in some ways. There would be some agenda which would have led them to necessity is the mother of all invention for a chair. Let's look at what are the materials used for chair. Sometimes it can be wood, iron, steel, diamond maybe, probably not. Or maybe something else as well. It can be anything which a person can come across and something which can commonly be used. What is a chair? What is a chair? And where does it stop being a chair? How should it look like in order to be called a chair? Does it need to have 4 legs? Does it need to have a backrest? So is a sofa a long, bigger chair? Or is a bed a chair without a backrest? I mean, these are all questions. We don't need an answer, but then these are all questions which we should definitely ask when we are talking about a chair. What components together as a set makes a chair? This is the set which I'm trying to create for a chair. I mean, if you picturize the perfect chair, you would probably think about something like, I don't have a picture here, but then probably something which Sindhu is sitting on. Or probably for some people who have seen a long rocking chair, you would remember a chair which would go back and forth and something which gives you comfort. We should also look at the class, economy, financial state of people when we relate it to chairs. And multiple kinds of chairs would bring you to multiple kinds of class usage, sociological origins, as well as different places which can use chairs. There are some places where you would see young kids from very economically backward sections of society. They would create chairs on mud, just on a piece of wood, some mud on top of it, and they would create a backrest using wood. That would be a make-believe chair for them. That is also a chair. But anyway, my point is not to talk about a chair, but then this is more like a metaphorical usage. There are some extraneous usage as well, which we are fond of doing, using it as a ladder, drying clothes, as a selfie stick at times, or dumping books or clothes on it. Where are chairs found? What are the multiple places where chairs can be found? Where can we take them from? Can we see them every day in life? Do we call them chairs? We are still sticking to the idea of chairs. And what complements a chair? If we have a chair, what else do we need? Are the other furniture which we have at home a part of the set which creates a chair? When do we use it? What occasions do we need a chair? Now, this is a thought experiment. When I first ran it with my students, I told them, see, the point is to understand that I'm just talking about a chair here, but then you have to supplement chair with the topic you're working on. As simple as that. If you're telling me there is not enough literature review to be worked on, supplement chair with the topic you're working on. Those are the different perspectives you should definitely think about when you're working on literature review. You will never run out of options. Because there are so many different things which we do not think of. We only think of the core areas. For example, what is a chair made up of? Who spoke about it? Who first named it? And what are the most closest references which we have to a chair? Probably a sofa, a coffee table. But we do not speak about all the other references which are there, which creates the entire entity of the chair. That is where we get lost. Now, I have around 5 minutes? 4 minutes, okay. This is what I thought in my mind. This is something I designed to run in the class, and I thought we'll quickly come up with things. I'll write it down on the board. Coincidentally, when I did it in the classroom, this is what comes out of it. Students were actually much better at this than I am. And they were like, oh, there is so much more we could have done with literature review. I said, yes, please do it now. You have time. We are doing it before you start your literature review. Please do it. So, I mean, they came up with a lot more. What is the purchasing capacity? Choice from affluence or influence? Metaphorical usages of chair and multiple usages. The throne. You can also play musical chair with it. Electric chair. I didn't think about that. They came up with it. There are 3-legged chairs. I didn't know about it. They said there are 3-legged chairs, and this is probably a little hint to the fact that chairs can also lead you to a different way of thinking about the topic. That, okay, if I'm talking about this topic, there might be a topic which is not related to it, but then somehow the methodology used there can be used and can be taken into my research. That also makes sense. That's also part of the literature review, which we absolutely forget, that methodological references from multiple papers can also be taken. We can also do something worthwhile by taking just methodological references. Costs, purpose, benefits of a chair, other features, and here someone came up on the board and did draw a chair. This is what they thought was a perfect chair, what it looks like. So someone said you can use a chair to cook by breaking it into pieces and then burning it. Okay. So yeah, you can hire chair for occasions. You can get chairs on rent. Yeah, many of those things. So just to sum it up, where we get lost mostly is to figure out what to do literature review about. If I just replace chair from there in between and just change it with the topic which students are working on, it's possibly something which can be done. And the verb or the act of sitting is also closely related to a chair. So the entire arena of verbs, nouns, actions, purposes, perspectives all open up just through a chair. So I think I'm done. This is it. Just wanted to talk about the thought. Thank you.
Thank you. You're on time. Yes, you have a minute more. Yeah. Okay, so next we have Narayana Meher. Yeah, you can go ahead. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. Yeah, so my topic is from evaluation to empowerment using cognitive coaching with novice teachers. So this emerges as IMA PPS, means field practice, professional practice supervisor. So this is one of my role in the BSc B.Ed program, and how I use cognitive coaching to empower our students. I'm going to talk about that. So the flow of my presentation is going to be, I'm going to talk about the challenges of teacher education as practice is concerned, mentoring structure in IIT, the course that we run in our BSc B.Ed program called Induction into Teaching. Then 5 forms of feedback based on the literature. Then what is cognitive coaching, the structure of cognitive coaching, my own reflections, and also the future research scope that it has. So what is the challenges in the teacher education? So one of the important challenges is that how to move the novice teachers from the procedural and mechanical way of teaching to self-directed teaching towards reflective and self-directed expertise. So there is lack of integration of theory and practice in the program. Generally, I'm talking about the BSc B.Ed programs overall country. Lack of strong practice components, lack of rigor in the mentoring process, lack of reflective practices, and poor reasoning and educational judgments of student teachers. Okay, so how does the IIT look like? So our students in the seventh semester, they go for 14 or 15 week of internship to different Ajim Premji schools. And there are people who are involved from the school and from the university who mentor our student teachers. So SBS is the school-based supervisor, or who can be the principal or maybe the academic coordinator, who look all the overall practice of our student teachers in the field and the project work. CT is the cooperating teacher, who is the subject domain expert in either in math and sciences, who looks after the subject content matter and also observe classes, give feedback. And from the university side, the teacher educator is called as the PPS, professional practice supervisor, who looks at journal writing, classroom observations, and project report and everything. So this my talk is based on the classroom observations and how the classroom observation after the teacher educator does, how the teacher educator take the student teacher through a reflective conversation rather than directly telling them you are doing good or not doing good. So this is the everything about. It's not working. So as per the research says, there are 5 different forms of feedback. The lowest nature is the evaluating and judgmental. You directly tell the people you are doing good or you are doing not good at all. But the highest is that reflective questionings. Instead of telling anything to the people, you just ask question. How was the class for you? And from there you ask leading questions to help the student teacher to reflect on. So as one of our colleagues mentioned in the morning, that pedagogy is not about only the methods, it is about also the relationship building. So when we are the teacher educator having a conversation with the student teacher, there is an important aspect of the mutual trust. And this conversation becomes a joint exploration rather than only one way of interactions. And particularly the teacher educator has to be really more listening rather than only giving judgments and comments to it. So if I look at, there are 4 different kind of support functions as far as teacher educator can probably support the student teacher. The last one is the evaluating, where we are only giving judgments, and the top one is the cognitive coaching. What is cognitive coaching? Because in the cognitive coaching process, the teacher educator helps the student teacher to think about his own practices rather than somebody is telling him that who is doing good or not good. So if you look at the source of criteria in the evaluation, it is the criteria, the standards is the reference point for the evaluation. But in case of the cognitive coaching, it is the person whose mindset is the center, the source of for the inspiration. So if I look at the 5 states of mind based on the literature review, like their consciousness, craftsmanship, efficacy, flexibility, and interdependence. So the teacher educator has not only look at the classroom practices, but has to work in the different 5 states of the mind of the student teacher. So if the teacher educator work on this, it helps in developing his awareness about himself and about the student. Second thing is about developing the craftsmanship. It is from movement from vagueness to specificity in the classroom, and from efficacy, it is not the control is not external, the control is internal, and brings a lot of flexibility in terms of perspectives development. And finally is the interdependence, because the student teacher is able to look at the classroom system as well as the school system as a ecosystem rather than only one person teaching inside the classroom. And these are the processes which helps the gateway, brings refinement, it drives the process, and it also gives the student teacher more choices to make decisions, and it brings up a understanding of the ecosystem in the field. So in 1984, Arthur Costa and Robert Gramston developed this pedagogical tool called cognitive coaching, and you can see that this tool is the synthesis of so many different kind of research has been already done in the field. And what is cognitive coaching? So in the cognitive coaching, so this novice teacher practice is heavily influenced by his own schooling processes, how that person is being taught in schools, and their own beliefs and assumptions. So what the cognitive coach does, it collects all the data, looking at the lesson plan, looking at the classroom observation, and ask reflective questions rather than telling directly things to him. And it helps the student teacher to develop his expertise in terms of planning, reflecting, and also doing assessment. So it becomes a learning process for both the student teacher as well as the teacher educator. So how does this look like? It goes like in cycle. One is first is the planning conversation. After receiving the lesson plan, you have a planning conversation talking about what is the goal, what is the learning outcome that you want to achieve, how are you going to achieve, what are the indicators, success indicators that you want to see. These are the one aspect. Second aspect about the classroom observation, where he goes to the classroom, maintain all the records of what the student teacher is doing, what the students in the class responding. And the final one is the having a reflective conversation. I'll just take you through in detail. So how the pre-conference look like after getting the lesson plan. This is the way the teacher educator should ask questions, like clarifying goals. What is the learning outcome for the lesson that you are going to teach? What are the specific success indicators? How are you going to know that the learning outcomes is being achieved in your class? And then what are the different kind of approaches that you will be taking? What are the challenges that you are anticipating? If you are anticipating these kind of challenges, how are you going to deal with this? So through this, the teacher educator take the student teacher through a journey, so that the student teachers keep on thinking and also revise the lesson plan. And also one of the thing is that what is it that you want me to observe in your class? Like on specifically what thing that you want feedback from me. And also at the end, how was the coaching process, the entire conversation for you. This is the real event when the teacher educator goes into the classroom, observe classrooms, try to record everything in details in the form of, like you can see the teacher student responses here, dates and everything, and also the timing mentioned after what time this specific incidents happen. So the teacher educator will also get to know that how much time is given for what kind of event inside the classroom. And towards the end also, after the classroom observation, the teacher educator will make notes, and also you can see circles where the student teacher needs some kind of attention, and share this note with the student teacher. The student teacher goes through these notes, like some questions that you can see here, summarized questions, and then after that this reflective conversation happens. In the reflective conversation, instead of telling the student teacher if this class was good or bad, it asks about like, can you summarize how was the class for you? What went? If sometimes the student teacher quickly jump into a conclusion, say this class was not good or good, but I'm not interested in it. I want to know how was it. So what went well? These are some of the questions. So if this class went like this, what do you think? What are the factors that actually contributed to this? And this is the way the teacher educator should help the student teacher to reflect and think about it. And also towards the end, also what are the new learnings for you from this process? What is the new learning that you have? And towards the end, he says that, like for example, if you have this kind of 2 or 3 new learnings, what are the things that you want to implement in your future lesson plan and also classroom teaching? And towards the end, also ask about what was the coaching process, how was the coaching process for you? Just take 1 more minute. And basically the teacher educator uses these different kind of pedagogical tool, 7 norms of collaborations, to ask questions like pausing, paraphrasing, like, okay, would you like to say this? Like posing questions, then also putting ideas on the table. I think if you could have done this way, things could have moved in this way, like some kind of suggestions rather than impositions, providing data from the classroom. For example, one say, I asked, how was the student engagement? Somebody say, students were engaged. But I can bring my piece of paper and shows, see, in this particular group, the students are not engaged for some kind of time. Like this is the data I can bring to the students if there is a requirement. So my reflection, I have done around 400 such cycles in last 6 years. And I have not documented this one, but tentatively this helps the student teacher to be a reflective practitioner starting from the round 1 observation to round 6 observation that we do in within 3 months of time. And also a teacher educator will helps me, instead of directly giving feedback, it helps me to be a facilitator, and also it helps me like enhancing my mentoring skill, I can really see if someone is receptive or not receptive through the body language itself. And based on that, so there is no such kind of fixed question here, but with the response from the student teacher, one has to deal. And I have tentatively some kind of research goal, and the context will be, again, I will be going to field, working with the 10 student teachers in the next year, and I will be doing 6 rounds of observation. So this is a tentative plan, and that's all. Thank you.
We have about 7 minutes for questions for all the presenters. So that's, sorry? 7 minutes, yeah, I mean 10 minutes, but since we are a little short of time, 7 minutes, yeah. Yeah. Anyone wants to ask questions? Yeah, we have 2 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, very. I mean, I really liked your that experiment of connecting chair with the research topic. But if I have to, do a research only on the type of chairs, why will I start with etymology and, go all the way up to...
That's the linguist in me bringing out the etymology at first. Nothing else.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, it's really nice. Okay, I'm just trying to pull your leg.
No, that's allowed. That's absolutely fine.
Because sometimes, literature also, like when we ask our students to write, nowadays the thesis also has certain word limits, right? So out of this one, how to prioritize which one to put first. So if we can introduce that in our,
Sure.
teachings, that might help. That's what I just want.
I really want to work on this idea and probably write a practice-oriented paper. So the idea is to take the core area first, ones which student always think that this is what we think about literature review, and then slowly move towards the outside. So there are 3 layers. The core areas like build of the chair, let's say the types of chairs, the physical characteristics, and then moving on to external usage of chair. Then moving on to what are the other things associated with the ecosystem of chairs. So 3 layers, which is slowly peeling off. So has to be worked on. Thank you. That's a nice thought.
The same question, I'd like to add that this metaphorical presentation and the pictures presentation that you've done, that solves, I think that is that will be an eye-opener to many researchers, because literature review is always a continuous issue. Where do I start? How many books do I read? And this is a way in which layer after layer you go on unfolding, and that's why it is a very well thought of design, quite innovative. I like it, and congrats.
We have 3 more minutes. Anybody else wants to ask questions? Okay, maybe I'll ask to Ovi. So what, sorry to have surprised you just when you thought things were okay. Yeah, but it's still okay. Right. No, I was just wondering, so you said you'd like to make it maybe a little deeper, go into a little more theoretical anchors. So what lines of inquiry? So one is, I'm sure this is not new to you. I mean, of course, in many ways it was, but the experience of the field is also familiar in that sense, that it is so unfamiliar, that there are so many things. So what could be lines of inquiry that you think you may be interested in pursuing?
I would start with a literature review. So I think, no, seriously. She asked me where would I like to go deeper. I said I would start with a literature review. No, seriously, because there is work on, say, SEL, socio-emotional learning, and nature learning. There is something called outdoor learning. So there might be different terms that are related to something that we are trying to do, and trying to figure out what has worked, what has not worked so far. To me, it feels very general and broad right now, whatever has come out from the review. Also, getting a bit more into inclusivity and what does it mean for the context that we teach the course in, and questioning whether we are invisible or some part of the inclusivity is invisible to us still, and can we work on that. So let's see. It's still not very structured in my head.
Yeah,
but
no,
yeah.
that's okay. So there's one more question, probably last.
So we was just interested where we conversed upon after 12 days outside in the field, and what kind of threads in terms of pedagogy conceptually also we are taking ahead. So just to get a sense.
I think students really saw the value of learning in outside classroom kind of a setup, and they became much more active in asking for it, even during classroom sessions. A lot of the things that we had only discussed in class and read papers on were much more clearer when we went back to the field. The reflections also, I think, became much more deeper once we went back. So at the end of the 12 days, I think one of the bigger things was that we went beyond the content that we wanted to do. And students were thinking about people's positionality, their background, how do they themselves interact in the setup itself. So I think that was valuable.
Can I have the other mic too? Is there one more mic there? Yeah. Okay, we'll move on to the next set of presentations. We have MSR Kumar. Okay. Yeah.
This works.
Okay. Can I start?
Yeah, you can start.
So at the outset, thank you for the organizing members of the Pedagogy Conclave for giving me this opportunity. So I can, so my background is in physics. While I'll be presenting some topics related to physics and stuff, but the philosophy behind my talk is quite general, and I feel that you can extrapolate what I want to present to your own domains. So the essential idea which I want to tell here is that supposing we are in some hill station, and there is there are a lot of mountain peaks which you see, and there is all lot of mist, and then you see all these different mountain peaks, and then you don't see the base of this mountain peak when you are looking. And then as the sun gets in, and then slowly the mist uncovers, then you realize that all these mountain peaks are actually coming from the same base. So typically when we are designing our undergraduate courses and undergraduate programs, we have all these different courses through which the student goes. And in particular in physics, for example, and you can think of your own courses in your own programs, they go through a course on mechanics, they go through a course on waves, electricity, magnetism, thermal physics, and all these things. And usually it so tends to happen that the students see these as individual peaks. Okay, now I study these ideas in mechanics, and then I study these ideas, and they go to the next peak. But as some of us who have already gone through the courses and studied these courses in greater detail, having had research experience, we can try to identify some sort of fundamental underlying principles and some fundamental underlying philosophies which permeate all these courses, and based on which all the concepts come out. And therefore, a typical student usually tries to study a course, they learn a concept, they learn the formula, and then they come to the result. But what we want to impart, or what we feel that they should know about the course, or what they should take away from the program, is something like they should identify some sort of a common underlying argument among all those courses, like some sort of, so we'll get into these details. But what I want each of you to also think of is, you must have courses in your own respective programs which are all separated, but there might be some common ideas and common principles based on which those courses came about. And the structuring of these courses like mechanics, electromagnetism, optics and stuff are mostly historical in physics rather than based on some philosophical idea. So I will I have 3 themes based on which I try to argue that based on these 3 themes, most of the concepts which we teach in physics can be, can all be, stitched together. And the pitch I'm trying to make is, since the new curriculum review is also coming up in our school, and I'll be taking this up with my own faculty members, can we deliberately incorporate these connections, interconnections among courses within our course? And if we want, we could deliberately even design a whole course wherein, okay, now you have studied all these courses and now this is how all this is connected, so this is what you have to take away from the entire program. So this is the pitch I want to make, and I'll be giving some examples within physics, but I encourage you all, if you want to go back to your own programs and try to see some of these connections. So for example, in the last course I was teaching about these, there might be some equations which crop up, but these equations are only meant to be as some compressed symbolic representation of the statements I am making. So you could just focus on the statements I am making and ignore the symbols if need be. So here I was teaching this course on electromagnetism, which is quite considered quite tough, and then among students, and then I simply gave them the analogy that suppose you have a tight taut blanket and you drop a massive object onto that blanket, then the more denser the mass which you drop into it, the greater is the curvature or the undulation in that blanket, and the lesser the mass, the lesser is the undulation. In a very similar way, if you imagine your blanket to be like the value of voltage in the region, and then instead of mass, if you replace it by charge, then greater is the charge density, greater is the voltage, curvature of voltage in that region as opposed to mass. So this I'm connecting some idea in mechanics which they learned with some idea in electromagnetism, and it immediately clicks to students. So, and then let me go over to some other equation. For example, this is the harmonic oscillator equation, and this kind of equation is ubiquitous everywhere in physics. It comes in mechanics, it comes in circuit theory, it comes in optical cavity, it comes in quantum mechanics, and so on. The essential idea behind the theory is that there is some kind of an equilibrium and a non-disturbed state of your system, and you try to disturb that system, and there is something else which tries to restore it from the disturbed state to the non-disturbed state. And what is it that is getting disturbed? And so when you try to tell the student in this way, she or he will then immediately try to identify, okay, what is the quantity which is getting disturbed? What is the quantity which is trying to restore it back to its initial position? And so, for example, in case of classical mechanics, it will be, if I'm having a spring mass system, it is the location of you're displacing the mass by an amount, and then there is a restoring force which tries to come back to its original position. But if you take it in case of an LC circuit, instead of the position, the charge plays the role of position, and instead of the velocity, the current plays the role of velocity there. And then instead of the restoring force, you have the voltage. So the force in mechanics is like the gradient in your potential energy with respect to position, but in circuit theory, it is going to be the gradient of potential energy with respect to charge. So there is an exact analogous thing, and similarly for an optical cavity, when you have waves which are developed, so the thing which obeys this is the amplitude of the standing wave. But the essential point I wanted to emphasize here is that, so given a system, the symmetries and the constraint in that system try to isolate certain patterns which are very special for that particular system. And then once you understand what those special patterns related to that system are, then you understand the entire system. For example, and those patterns are associated with a specific frequency, and if you drive that system with that particular external frequency, so you are only talking to one specific pattern and not other patterns, and then you achieve something called resonance. And so these kinds of ideas, so the idea is now you can relate something in mechanics with something in electricity, magnetism, something in quantum and stuff. And here again, there is another example in thermal physics which also stems from symmetry. Here the symmetry is not geometric, but more to do with relabeling of particles. So if you don't call particles by, there are certain states which are microscopic, micro states, and if you relabel these micro states, they all correspond to the same macro states, and the number of these micro states will then be a determination, will determine the entropy. And so this is similar to what I said, and then here again I'm going to this, I don't want to use that word which is called eigenmodes in physics, but essentially the idea is that again you're trying to find out those patterns or those modes of the system which kind of close in on each other, which means that there is a cause and effect. The cause produces some kind of disturbance, and then the cause leads to the effect, and the effect leads back to the cause, and so it's sort of a closed loop. And so this and the entire physics in different branches is trying to identify these patterns. So I just wanted to, yeah, so let me just go over, why is this not working? Okay, yeah. So these are the effects. So I'm just repeating the same thing which I have told here, and this keeps coming back again and again in physics. And as you can see, I just highlighted equations where all of physics, mostly wherever there is linearity, is based on this. So I also want to go ahead, while my expertise is in physics, but not in biology, chemistry, or other subjects. But I would, from a physicist's point of view, I see structural echoes both in chemistry, where there is some symmetry in terms of molecular shapes and things like that, and then even in biology, and also in, for example, information science. So the essential idea in all of these sciences is what we are trying to do is we are trying to cut the clutter, trying to think of things which are not very important, cut the clutter, trying to identify features which are most important, and trying to organize those features. And that is how we are trying to study systems at different levels in science. So that is the pitch. So the idea then therefore is, can we develop courses like electives now in the 4-year undergraduate program, where we connect all these ideas which the students already learned, or can we develop cross-disciplinary courses within the cluster, where students from different branches can come and take, and then try to see this, so something which they'll take away, and this is something which we all take away from our own thing, which we learn after a lot of experience as graduate students and researchers, but something we can introduce at the undergraduate level. So these are my closing remarks, that what unifies the sciences is not the subject matter, but the structures which describe the world, and revealing these structures at an early stage to the student removes the mist. Yeah, thank you.
Next we'll have Shilpi Banerjee, Vikas Chandra Roy. Vikas will be presenting. Yeah.
So hi, a warm good evening to all of you. So this is about a CBSE program in which we tried a portfolio approach to consolidate upon learnings and reflection through the 2 courses of the program. Okay, so this course was for CBSE assistant secretaries. So newly recruited cadre of CBSE assistant secretaries, which will be posted in their regional offices. So I think everybody is aware of CBSE. It's Central Board of Secondary Education, the biggest board in India. So this is the program about. The title of the program was Foundations in Educational Theory and Practice. We call it as FETP, and it comprised of 2 courses. One is Curriculum and Schooling in India, from Policy to Practice, and the second course is Schools in Practice, that is Pedagogy, Assessment and School Culture. 4 credits each, and 2 credits for their experience. So total 10 credit, and this whole program was conducted over 12 weeks and 15 days of face-to-face interaction in each course. So CBSE approached us for designing this course for the new joinees, and we have developed this course keeping other people who are joining the educational ecosystem. So this will be also true for Kendriya Vidyalayas and JNVs, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalayas, and even the public education system, the people who are joining new in academic and admin cadres. So first course we give an overview how schooling was in India historically, how classrooms have transformed, how policies are made, how aims of education are derived, all this stuff. And then in second we focus more on pedagogy, assessment, school culture, what is a good school, so that they get a macro sense of the educational ecosystem. So over 30 days. Okay, so these are very young and bright assistant secretaries, and few of them were more tenured sort of people who have never got any induction after they are into the system. So it was a mixed kind of batch for us. So to consolidate upon learning, we tried a portfolio, and that portfolio structure I will take you through. But if you want to get a sense of what has all transpired in these two courses, the pedagogy was around classroom discussions, multiple faculties were involved, reflection and sharing in subgroups. They visited different kind of schools, alternative, conventional, different boards, and they tried to reflect what they have observed. They visited academic support institutions like SCRT, DITES, and their own regional offices. So that kind of approach we have taken. They also looked at the school and the stakeholders which school interact with in terms of stakeholder mapping. So quite varied kind of pedagogies were used across 1 month. So coming to the portfolio which we introduced in course 2. So the first section is about my learnings, where for each course against intended learning outcome they have to write what did they learn, right, against that objective. The second part was my reflections. Some guided questions were given, and they have to reflect in reference to this guiding questions, which were certainly illustrative. You can see what have you learned so far that surprised or challenged you. Describe a movement or activity that stood out to you. Why was it significant? Has this program changed your perspective? How? So if say some examples are there, that will be great. So, and the third part was my action plan, right? So the kind of topics you have gone through during course 1 and course 2, how they connect to your role. So if you are into mark sheets, if you are into affiliation, so these assistant secretaries will have different roles and responsibilities. Somebody will be in the mark sheet department. Somebody will affiliate schools by visiting the schools. And somebody will be responsible for all RTIs which are coming. So how this topic relate to your role in terms of association, whether high, medium or low, you have to map with the topics. And then what will be your action plan for improvement if you have gathered some insight through this topic. So if you look at my learnings, these are the kind of things we have got. So competency based education is about developing the ability to apply knowledge, skills and values. So there was a session on competency based education, how assessment will be done, how things will be changed, and where we want to go in terms of student learning. And this we also had a session on academic ecosystem. So you can see somebody has written school curriculum is like to break a complex problem into parts, solve it, and then reintegration as a solution, much more like the cubist painting. So we had a larger overview of academic ecosystem and what curriculum means, what stages of schooling means according to the new education policy and also NCF-SC. So again you can see there was a session on policy. So how policy gets turned into practice. So it demands understanding of the social context, historical context and grassroots studies. This they have realized after the course. So these are the few chosen one in terms of learnings. If you go to part 2, my reflections based on guided questions. So you can see how they perceived morning assembly and now how they are looking at morning assembly. So if they are going for affiliation or something, they will be also looking into this, not mechanically to quantitative things, right? And many other things. Some people were also saying that I am working in mark sheet department, how this will help me. So all this we have done in the last, how it relates to your role. So again, you can see this realizing what your core is. Sometimes in the flow of things you think my core is administrative, but the objective of CBSE is to push the envelope of school education in terms of quality. So as academic secretaries, your role is administrative, or at the core it's academic, seeing the objective of your organization. So all this we have tried to do. Similarly, all this one more reflection, you can see how own confirmation bias, she was able to move ahead of it into gender fluidity, meshed learning, and how peer facilitator relationships can really help. So if you come to this third part, this is my action plan where you have to map. So this is course 1 topics. You have to map which sessions you associated with in terms of your role. You highly associated, or at a moderate level, or at a low level, through depictions. So, and these were the topics of course 2. So if you look at some of the reflection, the topic was school academic ecosystem. So now my action plan is I will strengthen my communication with school by listening carefully to their issues with parents, and I will explain procedure clearly and patiently, respectfully and efficiently. This is topic team climate and collaboration. So what I will do with my team: freely express their views, participate, contribute and collaborate in the team. How I can keep the team climate healthy, open and transparent. So when we discuss aspects of good school and bylaws of CBSE, which is sort of quantitative, like a playground should be of this dimension, a library should be having this many books, but we have tried to shift their thinking towards what kind of books are there in the library, what kind of books are getting issued. It's not only about having a library or having a playground, how timetable is organized, how that playground is used efficiently. So all these things. So now in action plan you can see that we have to shift from qualitative things towards quality of pedagogy and school culture also. So these are few more things you can see around reward and punishment, around team motivation, and also how you should make processes smoother, and some experiences and way forward. So this program has given them space to pause, question and reimagine their roles, and this assignment has helped them to synthesize their learning, reflect deeply, and to come out with concrete action plans. And many of them had made very tangible action plans. So moving forward, we have to make a template which is more crisp, removing redundancy. Can we add more dimensions? And also this time, because this idea was basically in the process, on the wire we improvised and executed. So I think in course 2 we have to bring it a bit early, and course 1 some template should be there, so it is easier to cull out the reflections and learning and bring it at one place. So this portfolio is discussed with CBSE director also. They presented excerpts of it on the closure of the program, and it can also serve as an institutional memory, how programs can be designed in future. So that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Vetigiri from the School of Ed.
Hello everyone. a brief. So this is a talk about post facto reflection of the session that I had with my MA education students. So when I first engaged with the terms like epistemology, ontology, paradigm, stuff like that, it got some kind of epistemic intimidation to me, like the jargons were quite opaque to break it down for my kind of understanding. Then for three iterations, I also followed a very traditional pedagogical approach, kind of quite jargonistic pedagogical fashion. I used all these terms, and I think students got intimidated of me. And then I thought in the last iteration, I will have some easy, interesting conversation. So then I brought up this word, chuma. Chuma means in Tamil, simply, I chuma believe it. It's a very simple word. The another reason I used this word was because so this word is affectively responsive, because in Hindi it means something else. So the students are very interested to listen to me. On the other hand, it is culturally relevant and epistemically rigorous as well. So that is the reason I thought this will work for me this year. So that's the brief background of this word chuma. And but for a teacher, for me, what is the major objective of that 1.5 hour session? The major objective of that 1.5 hour session was to help students understand the meaning of grounded theory and the tenets of grounded theory, and how is it relevant to their field practice. So this is the major objective of my 1 hour session. But I also want to kind of achieve some other minor objectives or subsidiary objectives. The objectives are that I want to induct students into the discourse of the language of research. That is the minor objective. The language is this, whatever I discussed. And the other subsidiary objective was that I also want my students to appreciate the plurality of epistemological forms of knowledge. But my point is, I have to strategically strike the balance. I have to give a budget more time on the major objective and also cover up the other two objectives. So this is the background. And so to begin with, I have just given the list of theories to my students, asked them to categorize it. See, the psychological theory behind this is that I'm trying to create that cognitive dissonance in the set schemal structure of the learners. And then I get two sets of beliefs. On one hand, we have just beliefs. On the other hand, we have justified beliefs, because they have got evidence, stuff, things like that. So now, then I just probe them, asking like, what is the source for the theories that left-hand side you had, and as against the theories you found on the right-hand side. So we had very interesting probing, scaffolding, and inquiry kind of discussion for about 10-15 minutes. And for me as a teacher now, why did this work? So I think it worked because it is rooted in a highly successful pedagogical framework called cognitive affective model. So if I just ridicule these chuma beliefs, like chuma beliefs here are, if you don't eat non-veg, you will, your brain power will be quite good. My professor, I think I can take name, Professor Raju doesn't eat non-veg because his father told him that eating non-veg will not help you develop your mathematical ability. And he is a wonderful professor now. Of course, he contributed for NCERT textbooks as well. So my professor himself believed, no? So had I ridiculed a belief like that, what might happen is that the students might just stuck at the assimilation stage of the cognitive development theory of Piaget. So what might students do at that stage is that the students might resolve the problem using the existing grammar of the science or existing grammar of the game, meaning very close to puzzle solving kind of thing. If I instead challenge their challenge their belief system, no, do you have more evidence for this? Can you provide some explanation for this? Where did you hear this from? Can we really trust this authority? ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ try ಮಾಡೋಣ, try ಮಾಡೋಣ. So they will try. Then what will happen? Slowly they will try to make a tweak to their existing framework or existing epistemological framework. That is when the learning will begin. So that is called accommodation in Piaget's language, or in Kuhnian language, finding anomalies in your existing framework and try to revise that belief to evaluate the existing phenomena. And that leads to conceptual change, and that is called learning. So is that a linear process? Illa. Hengirutte? It is like this. So it is just an upward spiral. You have to go back and forth, go back and forth. So this Piaget again calls the evolution of schema, not scheme, spelling error from my side, sorry. So that is, this is how the evolution of schema happens throughout the learning process. And now, I pitch in. Now it's done now. So I have given the brief background for them. What is the theory? What is a theory and what is a justified theory? Now I ask them what is the theory and what is a grounded theory. Now in this episode, I will ensure that grounded theory is a bottom-up approach. We develop a theory based on the evidences that we collect from the field and some other technical stuff about it, which I may not have to spend more time because that is not the purpose for this. Meaning pedagogically, I am spending more time on this short theoretical input. So after this, I'll give them this worksheet, like for Chumma theory, what is the epistemic source, epistemic practices, use of experiments, explanation style, epistemic humility, validity, things like that. And maybe they can think, pair, share might work, turn and talk might work, group work might work, anything might work, but eventually, so the worksheet looks like this. So for epistemic source, they say traditional, personal, and for scientific, empirical evidence, grounded theory. So the point is, they have got a totalitarian perspective of the language of research, epistemology, epistemological practices, but beyond that, what my aim is to help them understand that we should have epistemic humility. We should not ridicule anything, ridicule any form of knowledge. At the same time, I should warn them that I am not endorsing relativism as well, saying everything is correct according to their own merits. So this way, I thought it was interesting when I conducted the exit test. The students' grasp over this vocabulary and the theory was interesting enough. Yeah, I think I'm done. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. Next we'll have Edward. Edward is next. Yeah, yeah. Edward Pinto is not here. Ah, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, fag end of the day. So I briefly will the tool that is called the community-based monitoring and planning is a process tool. Is part of the teaching on accountability course. I'll focus only on the tool, how it is done. I have taught it in 3-4 years, also through 2 days workshop for MPH students and also short workshops for MA Dev students. So this year we have this in the new revised curriculum, revised program, workshop electives, 3 weeks. So it is recently transacted in the month of October, and we took up the theme of how much do people have access to health cards, and how much do they end up spending, and how it is enabling them to access hospitals. And this was done in the in the recent course. So if you see what is this tool, so the first thing is what we do in this tool is review of any existing policy. So presently we took what we call the ABHA, Ayushman Bharat card, which is a pill for all the ills in the recent, in the advertised, that you don't have to spend anything from your pocket. So that is the kind of a ad that you will see. And we wanted to see whether people of Billapura Panchayat, there is Burugunte village in Adigara Kallal, do they have access to these cards and what is happening to them in the real time. So first we did a kind of a quick, it was done through the community engagement cell, and earlier time we worked on Anganwadis and sub-centers. This time they said we want to do this. So we had to immediately quickly look at that need of the community engagement cell, which is working with the community, to see, okay, that what can be done about it. So we studied the policy, and the tool was quickly framed on various things to understand from people's perspective. And 105 households were surveyed over 4 days, 55 in Adigara Kallahalli and 50 households in Burugunte village. And quickly the students developed in another 3-4 days a kind of a report card which represents the various issues. I am not going to the content. So today is all about process. In the content, one significant thing that we want to tell you, that 10 households in Burugunte village spent 10 lakhs in the last 10 months. And in that 4 households had spent 7.5 lakh rupees. So this is so much for the Abha cards advertisement, that you will not spend anything on the pocket. Similarly, in Adigara Kallahalli, just to give out of the 55 households, only 15 households had the Ayushman Bharat card, and only 1 had used once. Rest could not use it at all. They were rejected at different points in time. So what did we, now this is one part of the, what we call the process tool. Next, what happened? Students presented this to the community from where they had done their field work. On 30th of October in Burugunte village. So, so community participated, there were discussions that generated, and then community member, this is Shivappa from the FES, who is a community resource person, he took the discussion forward, and immediately one action plan was made, what could be done for those who could not get the access, and what could be done for those who had the card but could not use it and they were rejected. So you see, this whole 5-6 steps are the community-based process and monitoring tool that is there. Next day was supposed to be Adigara Kallahalli. There was a festival they could not do. So we held this exercise in Adigara Kallahalli on November 17, when the semester was over. Again, number of people, almost 60 people gathered. We presented the card, I'm saying the report card. And again, another action plan was made, and you see here Mohsin from Community Engagement Cell took up the issue of addressing people's issues, and they made action plan and to take it forward. So this is how the cycle that happened, which follows the policy review. So what is this? What is community-based monitoring? It is theorized, conceptualized to the concepts of accountability, community empowerment, community participation, and accountability. So this is a process, if we see, is conducted by the communities. Community has to be involved. It is not expert review and monitoring, to assess the access, availability, all that, and to advocate for positive change. So that is the whole community monitoring concept. Now the tool is, of course, briefly, this is done in the National Rural Health mission time, to done in 15 states at a mega scale. Maharashtra continued for about 10 years in 15 districts. In Karnataka, I was part of doing it in 150 villages. And now it is happening in pockets. So the tool is community mobilization, organizing, evidence generation from the community, with the community, and using it for advocacy in real time to change. And the cycle continues, which Giri recently said. It is not one event. It has to lead to a second cycle, third cycle, so that the continues. And it also at the same time serves as empowerment for the community. People understand what they need to get, what they are not getting, and how do they get. And a kind of a solidarity gets built in the process. So this is a conceptualization of this tool, that once you have mobilization, evidence, alliance building, negotiations people do, you move from village to the state at whatever that is required to bring about changes in different levels and to advocate with the various power structures. So we use institutional spaces, VHND, Village Health Nutrition Days, VHSC, SNCs, or patients' rights committees, patient welfare committees. We use standards that so many services have to be available for people, for let's say for pregnant women, antenatal care, postnatal care. And we use the policy-based mechanisms. There are spaces that are carved so that people can negotiate with the public health system. So public hearing, Jan Sunwai, is one of the spaces that is there in the National Health Mission. So what did students learn? So mostly, if this is the entire process, students learn that CBMP, the basic things are the citizen-centric, the citizen empowering. There is not one event. It is a process that they have to follow, and it has to be done with the community to empower the community. It is not done by experts. So it is different from monitoring and evaluation, which is done by the experts. So though we follow the rigor of the same process. So essential 5 steps students learned, that is a policy review. It is, it's not doing anything and everything. It's the process to be followed. Community conversations. Then you prepare report cards, testimonies, case studies, policy briefs, and you, along with the community, you engage with the policy makers, and so that there is a real change in their life in real time. So it is also a part of the advocacy and empowerment process to fulfill the human rights for the community's health rights. So in the previous iterations, in the 15-week thing, the classes were only twice a week, or 1.5 hours. So we did not, students had limitations in engaging with the communities. This time it's a 3-week workshop mode, so student could devote 3 full days in the community. So it gave an advantage to do this in a fuller way. Earlier time students could not go and present in the community. This time in both the places they presented with the community what they learned, and it also fed back with the community and it also generated discussions. And action plan was made. So later on, community engagement cell did it in 5 weeks, 5 village panchayats, and at a higher level, and with using the same mode. So the challenges are that so this is a process. One challenge is once you start doing, we can't teach half. It has to complete the entire cycle so that students get a flavor of what is the tool. So it is not one tool of any paper or not a worksheet. The process is the tool. So they have to understand from mobilization, though they don't do. So they go with the community which is mobilized, means organized, but other steps they have to follow. The second one is, of course, students, group dynamics, timings in the community, all that is the constraint. Advantage is that students learn in small, kind of miniature, they learn this huge process, and we give them examples of papers, case studies, policy review, and they are able to see what's happening on the ground and what should be there, and they are able to hold dialogue with the medical officers, health functionaries. So there are advantages of learning this. There are also limitations of time and other things in the given our classroom situations. Thank you.
Yeah, so we are in the last presentation of the day. Vikas, yeah. Vikas and group. There's a big group, yeah. For a gang, yeah.
So, good evening everyone. I'm glad you have waited until the end for this presentation. No, I just plug this in and everything should be fine. I've got a slow computer. I'm sorry, it's slower than I had expected. I guess. Yes, it's finally there. Good evening again. So I'll just see when we often teach ourselves. We often teach ourselves, and in the process we are trying to fill in the blanks that we think that were there when we were taught. Now there's this risk that in the process we might be teaching an outdated course, a course meant for when we were students rather than for the present period. So it always helps to reflect on your teaching, and I sort of welcome the opportunity that the conclave gives us. So one of the problems that we face, and each one of us in economics faces, is that the textbooks are often devoid of a feel for economy. You don't get a feel for what exactly are the processes and the lived realities of social processes there. And often the analysis is at a very high level of aggregation and gives you a top-down understanding of things. And also a state-centric understanding of things. So some of our interventions over the years in this course have tried to address this problem. One of the first things that we begin with is that the word development is very widely used these days. It covers a wide range of things. But was this the case always? So we sort of begin with a grammar of development, etymology and grammar of development. And we suggest to students that there was a time until the late 1930s and 40s when a family of words were being used. So Calcutta Improvement Trust, as you see, the first modern urban body in the country. And just after we got independence, they said this is for the betterment of the country. Right? This is, they didn't say that that we have received. Now that independence has been won, let us, work for the development of the countrymen or country. It is betterment of the country. And the word development, as you see on a cigarette card used here, the word development means only the physical expansion of the British Empire. It does not mean the development of the citizens of the British Empire or subjects of that. Now from late 40s to 1957, the word development is now everywhere. You don't have Delhi Improvement Trust, you've got Delhi Development Authority. Right? So now development is being used everywhere. So therefore we try to tell students for three series of examples that the fact that we are using an umbrella term development for a variety of things, it is historically contingent. Right? The other thing is that we get the first plan, second plan, and they say that we are going to invest these many crores in this, and this is the percentage increase in things. But what does that projected percentage change mean for people, right? Or what was the projected development aspiration? Again, so let's see. So this is from Children's Day. So we use a serious Children's Day stamp to tell students what was the future that they had imagined. Now here you see entertainment, education, and then also nutrition, right? You see, healthcare here. This was the future that not even a fraction of Indian children in 1958 had this kind of access to healthcare, right? But this was the future that was projected. So that 200 crore investment projected in the healthcare budget of 1958 wanted to aspire for this kind of facility for the country. This was the kind of school facilities envisaged for students. Of course, students in this graphic seem to be distinctly uninterested in going to school, but that happens always. Now you see, as the year changes, the aspirations also change. Now you have a more interesting imagination of children's education. Globe 1960. Even now, a majority of children may not have access to their personal globe, right? But this was the aspiration. Then now the child who was in 1957 maybe not yet a teenager, he is now 14 years old, and they are also giving him practical training in arts and other things, right? This is a 1963 scene from a school where you have very neatly laid out school and a midday meal scheme. I've been to midday meal centers across the country. This is still not how a midday meal center looks like in the country, but this was the aspiration. This is why we are taxing you. This is why we are asking you to save every penny that you have, because we will build this for you. Now I'm going to fast forward 1985. Now this is the new aspiration. This is the first stamp with a computer in the country, and this shows a school girl operating a computer, right? Then you have this another stamp. So you see, there's this whole range of projections of aspirations. It helps us to understand what was the clear goal. Right? All this did not materialize, perhaps because there was license Raj. In 1950s, 60s, even 70s, you had to take a radio license, and every 31st of January, you had to renew that license, right? Now, then so there now one of the other things that we often deal with, why was the early Indian state so obsessed with savings, right? So here one of the things that we teach is the Harrod-Domar model. Now we see an increasing, so most economics textbooks or academic papers, they stop with this graph. But how did we increase, how did we achieve this increase? This increase was achieved through an extraordinary campaign. There was a time when there was nothing in this country where you will not find an appeal to save more. From EPW to coins to labels to Diwali greeting card, actually even at that end you see a scorecard in which you used to take down scores. Even here there was an appeal to save. Now see, so this was the fact that this increase in this savings rate that we achieved to meet these policy implications of the Harrod-Domar model, it was only possible through an extraordinary campaign. So one of the things that we try to emphasize is that every economic policy has a large counterpart in terms of a popular campaign if it has to be effective, right? Then the other thing that we face is that students often have this understanding of 1991 as the year in which everything in. So we do a budget analysis, keyword analysis, right? And we show them that that there's a continuity rather than a structural break suddenly. 1989 also emphasized markets and reform. This is way ahead of the time when anybody had imagined that India is going to open up its economy, right? So the fact that there's continuity from late 80s, and this is before Mr. Rajiv Gandhi had to resign after the elections. So the fact that even before Mr. Rajiv Gandhi had resigned, and when we are saying that the reforms have slowed down, you already had this, a very marked emphasis on markets and reforms and incentives exchange. But this is from the finance minister's speeches. But how did reforms, etc., look like from the grassroots? This is a set of newsletters from Rajasthan, which show that within a period of 3 weeks, the price of wheat increased from 260 rupees a quintal to 370 rupees a quintal. 260 to 370 is an extraordinarily sharp inflation in just 3 weeks, right? Because we deregulated, the trade of grains, and people started hoarding, and the government was not yet stable, so it was not clear if it is going to import wheat or not. Now, the fact that almost 33% inflation in 3 weeks had a huge impact on people on the ground. So this is not seen when you look at the finance minister's speeches. We try to complement that. And finally, but towards the end of the course, we also say that the experience of the country, the economic experience will change from one district to another district, right? So we have developed this interactive map in which we look at the economy of every district from the point of view of the product which is predominant there, and you see that across the country you see spatial patterns, but you also see why a single economic model cannot even satisfy the needs of a state, and let alone the entire country. So we make a plea for decentralization at the end. I'll conclude here now. So what we are trying to do is to use the visual archive, the postal archive, as a teaching aid, trying to help students visualize the statistics and charts presented to them. This helps to decenter the official statistical accounts and bring in the voices of different stakeholders. Also, for me, it is also important because in this age of social media, most students are exposed to a wide range of artificial and real images. In this course, they get to see images that make sense instead of decontextualized images, but we share with them images. Historical and contemporary images in a particular context. I'll just conclude with this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so we have 5 minutes for questions to all the presenters.
I have a question for Kumar. Let me start. So I'd like your presentation, Kumar. One thing that I want to ask is that would it make sense to introduce these structural equations in the first term, even before we do physics, chemistry, anything else, and expose them to the to mathematical manipulations, but also the intuitive idea behind that. And if you do that and then introduce physics, chemistry, etc., it would make sense in terms of that they'll see, well, they know that this equation, that the fundamental equation behind this, behind the changing coefficients, etc., is this.
Yes, I agree, but I agree. So that is another way to do it. So, which means that this is what you're going to see, sort of like a trailer to the entire program, you mean. So this is what you're going to see. But so my idea was that at the end of the course, they would have seen everything and then I'm showing them the thing. But your idea is, can we give them a glimpse of all these ideas sort of in the beginning, but when they are not really well trained in the math, so I'm not very sure how that will go. We have to give it in a very qualitative way. So we can give it in a very qualitative way. Mm-hmm. And then because they need to know have some background, I think, before they understand. But I see the value in it. Like we can give that in a qualitative way, and then again.
No, in fact, if they know the mathematics of these fundamental equations in the first place, so when they come to the actual subjects, they would grasp the concepts faster because they already know how to manipulate the equations.
Yes. Yeah, whether we can fit it in a course. Yeah, I'll have to take this discussion with. Yeah.
It's an opposed approach to what you said.
Yeah. It's like trying to put it, see the base and then look at the top for the peaks. Yeah.
Thank you. Other questions? Anyone else? Yeah. Okay. I had one more question for you, Kumar. Yeah. I was wondering. So the three you said symmetry, description, pattern.
Yeah.
I was. Did you come up with these yourself? The definitions of these, the way you have described it. No. Did you pick it from the literature, or did you come up with it?
No. This is the way in which any physics, someone with an understanding on physics.
Yeah, that's true. But these terms are actually in the philosophy of science. They are defined in.
Exactly.
Okay. Which is why I was asking
there,
because
but they are often in the courses we don't find a deliberate emphasis on this, and so my thing was trying to.
No, because I would think that. So of course it makes a lot of sense. I like the way you present it, but also these terms have very specific uses and meanings even across the biology.
Yes. So
biology, for example, symmetry would have a very different.
Yes. I agree.
So I was wondering if you looked at some literature or.
No,
but
I
it was
didn't look
interesting.
at it on biology I was just trying to tell the slide which I presented related to biology from the lens of a physicist, how they would look at it, but I don't claim expertise. So this is where my point was that now that we have a 4-year program where there could be courses across clusters and otherwise, so some of us, if we can sit together and take these common words and try to connect and things like that.
Thank you.
Hiri, in your presentation, you focused on trauma as a lens to theorize in a way. And so can we see as a counterpart of the academic discussions on Jugaad? So a lot of people say technology or management, they say, well, the Indian idea is, Jugaad. Now, but that is entirely on the actual processes, etc. But in your thing, if I understood it correctly, it would be the theoretical counterpart of Jugaad, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, and it is just an epistemological lens which they are already comfortable with. Then we can, for example, this is just a belief, as opposed to that scientific belief is just a justified belief. What is that? So it is just a beginner to enter into this discourse. That's all. Yeah. Did I answer your question?
No, I mean, I saw your approach as eventually becoming a counterpart, a theoretical counterpart. So you are just saying that the approach is only an instrumental one to take it forward into the discussion.
Yes.
But I would like to see it as being elevated a little beyond that and stretched, to the.
So my intention was also to help them understand that it's difficult to hierarchize these knowledge forms. Like one belief for which there is no evidence at all. There is a popular belief. There is another belief like scientific belief which is verifiable, testable. And there is another belief like grounded theory. It has got evidence, but it is not testable like any other physics belief or chemistry belief. So there is some kind of epistemological rigor with scientific belief. However, but ridiculing the other beliefs is not a right approach. That could, develop some kind of antipathy to people, friends in the classroom, things like that. I thought so that we can respect each other, not to, but we know the truth. That was the intention.
Okay, so we've come to the end. We have a very small group over here, but would like to thank all those who stayed behind, and in general because we've come to the end of the Pedagogy Conclave as well, and we're in separate halls. I'd like to just, Divya, you'd want to come up and say something? I'll probably just say a few things. So I'd like to thank, of course, besides the core team, a lot of people supported this entire conclave, the communications team, helped us with designing, printing. We had the IT team helping us with the laptops, email IDs. And then we also had the posters and various other things put up on campus. Facilities that, who helped us with all the arrangements, a lot of arrangements in the last week. So I'd like to thank all of them. And we'd probably, since we're a small group, if anybody would like to share your views on the conclave and how we could take it forward, or any feedback for the future, we can possibly, you can just come up over here and say a few things. Yeah.
Yeah, small thing we could
We can move the mic around, or you can come.
No, I'll just say from here. We could have invited students to these sessions. It would have helped, because at the end of the day, it's for them.
Certain things maybe, we thought that we could discuss among ourselves, since it was the first time we were doing it. And then maybe open it up. If we do this next time around, we could open it up to students. But this was, actually, we thought that we could share our own learnings and then think about what we want to do with it. So since it was the first time, we didn't want students to come.
Helped faculty to
yeah.
present also.
Yeah.
Otherwise, when they are there, we are in classes. So yeah. Go ahead. You can.
So since this is the first time, I don't think I can.
Yeah, you're on.
So is it possible that we archive all these abstracts and who has done what, etc.?
We will be.
Abstracts we have put together, the abstract book.
I know, but in case somebody, the mail gets lost in.
So
if there is somewhere something internal only.
No, we are thinking of doing that. Yeah.
Anybody else wants to share any ideas for the future, or your experience of the conclave? A very tiny group, but yeah.
It's a suggestion, okay? Feel free to discuss. I think there are a lot of interesting stories and stuff. Like, for example, what Obi was saying, and many such. And the kind of work with you, the kind of various kind of field work, etc. We are full of stories. So, is it possible to capture that as an internal log or something? I mean, because 10 minutes is too short. I mean, you often feel that today has been all teaser trailer.
That's the idea, probably. Yeah.
Yeah. So
you're hungry for more.
So the idea was to kind of have a trailer, teaser trailer, and then kind of which allows further conversations, and maybe already people are talking, saying that, oh, okay, I like this talk, let me catch up with that person. So that idea was very much that, so that we can build upon this and then take it forward. So maybe it can next year we can kind of have a part 2 of the full movie, where other ideas have come together and something else has taken off from here. But yeah, very much that's the idea. Yeah. You can.
I think beyond 10 minutes,
It's difficult.
this thought is good, that you get a teaser and then you pursue it. People sitting for 30 minutes or beyond 10 minutes is difficult.
It's difficult, yeah.
And everybody has varied interest also. So, better to get a sense of large number of diverse ideas and then pick and pursue. And also, I think this was a hit, very useful and insightful. It will help in cross learning also. So, next year also, certainly we are doing this, right? And we should do this. Thank you. Yeah.
I just wanted to add that the experiential sessions were very enjoyable. Learned a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay, so yeah, probably we can catch up at some point.
But anyway, good that the advantage of sitting in sessions.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I didn't even realize that. Yeah. So actually, I have a background. Was my wisdom teacher. Oh, come on. So yeah, he's in Bhopal. You know. Okay. So yeah, we did a lot of digital social and all of these areas. But then for me it's interesting to hear. I mean, you see that there are synergies as well. At the same time, probably so it's very meaningful listening to some of these larger ideas.
So you are around
In School of Education.
Okay, but you will be around in the next few months. Like you can write.
It's my 15th year.
Yes, right.
I mean, but we never know when we're.
No, I just because we can meet.
Oh yes.
Talk more about
Yeah.
As a principle, this is a good idea. But I was looking for some other principles. For example, list action.
Yes.
Yeah, and then, for example, idea of work is mechanical work and electrical work. These two are exactly same.
Entropy.
They're not exactly different. The mechanical work is something different, and joules is completely different. So people have remember. So